for a person who's earning 8 to 12,000 rupees a day, or by earning I mean total transaction, not earnings. So suddenly this AI model, once it gets her approval, so in Europe they have GDPR, they try to block data and say there are islands of data, data can't move. In India we have something called DEPA, Data Empowerment and Protection Architecture. What that means is, this lady's data for the last 36 months, how much transaction she does, and imagine the UPI payment thing knows also the time. So her first transaction was at 7:30 in the morning. So that means she woke up at 6, her shop was open at 7, 7:30 was the first transaction, her last transaction was at 9 p.m. So you know how many hours she worked. So the data model can then create a persona. She talked about persona, so it can create a persona and say, this person is reliable, is hardworking. Now in capitalism, never it has happened in the history that you look at a person and you can make out whether he is hardworking or he is lazy. You need a reference. That's why you remember, some of you when you go to the bank, I need 2 reference letters from somebody who can give you so you can open a current account for a business. Now data can be your reference, and this is dual digitally verified data. So if this lady gets that loan directly to a bank account with data as the collateral, and this 2% interest per month also includes insurance. If something happens, she meets with an accident, the loan is repaid by the insurance. Now the question the lady asked the speaker, she's assuming it's a person, but it's agentic AI. So agentic AI can do it at scale. For SBI to hire loan officers to go and talk to every street vendor, it will take the next 100 years. It's not going to happen. But technology could do it. So now the speaker tells her, madam, when Father V.M. Thomas comes to buy mango and he pays you 100 rupees, 2 rupees goes for interest, 1 rupees go for principal repayment, 97 rupees will come to your account. The lady is shocked. Oh, I don't have to stand in queue to repay. Yes, even we haven't received this service. You and me, I'm saying, our middle class. Sometimes we have to write a check, we have to go online, log in, transfer the money. Here, as customers pay, the loan is repaid. Now you can imagine if there are 100 million people at the bottom of India's pyramid, and to these 100 million people, if you give an average loan ticket size of $10,000, which is like 7 lakhs, for a year, someone running a small shop, 7 lakhs is not too much. It's quite reasonable. If you multiply 100 million into $10,000, the number you get is about $100 billion. So now the question is, from where does this money come? So if you go back and Google, the head of the US largest bank, he was running around India. I don't want to give the name, you can find out. He was running around India and saying he likes masala dosa, he likes idli and all. It's not all that. The fact is, they plan to raise money as debt in the US with bonds and give that money to SBI. And SBI will give it to those that have data. So currently there are 2. One is PhonePe and then is Paytm. They know who is hardworking. That's what I mean by data, right? Indirectly. If this money is deployed to those people at the bottom of the pyramid, you will see money coming upwards. You know, Rajiv Gandhi said when you give 1 rupee, 10 paisa reaches from up to down. Now it's going to go the other way. And now you imagine if this 100 million people, if each of them have 3 in their family, there is 300 million people, and the lady says, my children will eat with spoon, they will eat with plate. We need 300 million spoons, we need 300 million plates in India. Who will make this? So India stands at the trajectory of great disruption, which is opportunity, and opportunity at scale. Even these Namayatri drivers, when they need an education loan for their children, 5 years back, no auto driver would get it. You can go and check with SBI. If your manager is a good friend, go for coffee and ask him. I'm telling you, next year onwards, they will get it. So his children, as an auto driver, he will be proud to also educate them. And by the way, this thing was done in India. So Uber used to take commission from the drivers, which is almost 20%. So if a driver earns after all the gas, whatever, 1,000 rupees in a day, for example, 250 Uber will take if it's 25%. For example, I'm saying. I don't know what is the exact number, but you know, because of Namayatri, in Bangalore, Uber doesn't take commission. Can you imagine? So this is what technology done with the right way, with the possibility to empower, can create opportunity. Now why I told these 2 stories is, finally all of you are in skilling, and as you skill, apart from whatever training you give, the hardworking people, which is the value of life skills, which you are giving through FVTRS, the life skills of not taking the shortcut, doing it the proper way, working hard, will in the next 10 years will be documented. Who is working hard will be clear. In the past in India, we needed to know the surname, and from the surname and caste, we know if this guy will do well or not. Those systems are rough, like we say AI bias. There was a societal bias with those names. Now it's going to end thanks to digital, thanks to data, thanks to AI. Having said all this, also AI may make many of us in the white collar job free, which means we may not have to work for 6 days a week, we may have to work for 3 days, or maybe we may have to work for 2 days. So now what could happen is you may gift people time back to them, and they can then decide what to do with that time. But having said this, there is no 100% answer. Like in the morning we said, nobody knows, even the experts are not clear how these things will shape up, because normally the vector of agency was lying with the human being. For the first time in the history of mankind and the whole world, the vector of agency currently is getting shared with a tech system which can talk to multiple library of systems, and as of now it's giving us analysis, and it's very possible that soon, to speed up time, because the human in the loop, which is good, which is also important, sometimes can slow down the system of AI. So for some things, for example, if it is weather, if you know, or you put an AI system for tracking Bangalore weather, you know that, or the AI system says it's going to be flooded by 4 o'clock. The AI system in that case could directly send an alert to all the 80 lakh residents of Bangalore as an SMS, please stay indoor, don't go out, your car may become a boat, right? You may get that message. So where and how to use is the discretion that we have to think about. And finally, it can also be a challenge because each query we do in AI takes a lot of energy. And all this cloud system, everybody says cloud, it's not in the cloud. There are some computers, there is plastic, electronics, chips, minerals, which are all mined, and it's all a very dirty process by the time it's coming and becoming a chip. It's not a beautiful looking cloud in the sky, but that's what the data centers are. Soon we'll reach a point where we have to also think for what we use AI, because we can't simply use it to generate comic pictures or some funny posters for somebody's birthday party in the office. You might have remembered when that Ghibli thing came, everybody were making pictures of themselves. Each of those things have taken a lot of energy, but nobody gave that to us. So if the systems are transparent, if every search, just as you are about to press search, it says for this kind of search, it will take this much energy and this much carbon footprint, we make people aware, so that in awareness, what action is taken is sustainable. So I think all in all, there will be huge opportunities, but there will be great disruption. It's important for people. So some of the data that I told you, I learned because of our summit, and we bring people to our summit every year. It's called the India Advantage Summit, and that's how I learn. And every time we learn new things, and Nammayatri didn't even exist 3 years back. Today they are the second largest market player in Bangalore for taxis and cabs, and they're expanding all over the world. So like Madam said, some companies were in history. I've seen some companies being born and reaching 2,500 crores in transaction in 3 years. And we met the founder, just like now after this conference, during coffee or lunch, you will meet people. We met people like that. Suddenly in 3 years, we find that they are leading companies to that level. Why? Because they put data, transparency, and data empowerment first. So every company has to go back and think, what are they about? And can they make data a way to empower, a way to become transparent, a way to become more fair, less biased? If they fix these guidelines, then I think we have a much better future, and a lot of people will have a lot of time to do a lot of other things as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Jose. So we've almost reached the end of our panel discussion. Open the floor for some questions. Can we have some questions? 3 questions. Jimmy has given me a... Anything that comes to your mind? Yeah, please.
So just hold on. We're just passing on the mic.
Yeah.
There is a threat of the biasness of using the AI, because we have seen in the practical level, because our staffs also have used the AI. So there is some of the data also which has some, I think AI has also its biasness. Sometimes old reports, old documents and all things. If you have no brain, then you will misuse these things. So in that case, what is your
So just I'll take the first hit at this. See, AI is just like a child. So you have a child at home. So if so, what I mean, because you know, sometime back when the neural network concept helped create the machine learning algorithms, the algorithms can rewrite itself. So it's just like a child. So at home we will tell the child, don't say lies. But then when somebody rings the bell, the father says, if that uncle say I'm not here. So the child will follow what we do, not what we say as instruction. So, and we may give the best training and education to the child. We may send him to Harvard and so on. But after that, whether he becomes a disaster or whether he becomes a leader, even we don't know. You ask any parents, do you know what will happen 30 years from now? That's why in the morning they said even the expert doesn't know what will happen out of AI. So unfortunately or fortunately, he said, we have to look at self-management. So if each of us, because AI is using data itself, right? So if it sees that 80% of Bangaloreans don't follow traffic rules, they are jumping signals. So they are using already AI for Bangalore traffic. This also got featured at our conference. So Arcadis is a Dutch company. They have kept cameras. You might have seen in MG Road and so on. There's something, usually it used to display seconds, right? 50, 60. Now it displays MNL for manual, VAC for vehicle actuated control. So there is an AI system already in Bangalore for managing traffic, right? Now, of course, this AI system is what we call narrow AI, just for traffic. It doesn't have other things. But when we move to GPT model, which is general AI, or when we move to the larger AI language models, there is a risk, there is fake manipulation, all kinds of risk. So one of the skills that we can develop, or the most demand skill, will be in cybersecurity and resilience, because to make sure that systems are not hacked and vulnerabilities are reduced. So just like I said, today we are all using Uber or Namayatri, right, to get an auto. Imagine if there is a hack on Uber on Monday morning. Nobody will be able to book a cab because it will display a page not found, right? So we take for granted. If we connect our gas systems, water systems, everything to a smart control system, if the system is hacked, you turn the tap, water may not come. So there are a lot of risks. At the same time, it's about mitigating to some extent. Thank you.
I'd just like to top that a bit. Great points, Jose. The matter of fact is built ground up, right? Every machine is built from ground up. It was not existent then, it has evolved today. Similarly, our education system, right from ground up, is something which is currently being built upon. So it's best to embrace that right from now. You know, today we're talking about a 3rd standard kid or a 5th standard kid doing robotics, right? They're talking about artificial intelligence classes for them. I mean, it might sound absurd, but then it is relevant because you're not feeding them too much, but you're actually getting them to know what it is. So they can start thinking through in terms of what should I use, where should I use, and how much of it can be used. That limitation is very relevant. In fact, in terms of the generative AI as a policy itself, you know, we've worked on it and shared it with the government in terms of do's and don'ts as part of it. Do not put out your personal information just as it in the browser. Just start searching for things. Don't start looking up saying, give me a write-up about myself, sort of, right? That you could use. I mean, use your creativity additionally. But do not put out sensitive company-related information on the browser anywhere. That's the beginning protocol on cyber from the beginning. So all of this, AI is just another layer on top of it, which is being fed with all this information. So use that tool wisely. So it's like your mobile phone. If you're not very conscious in terms of using it, people can take any information out of your mobile phone. If you have all that stored in your phone, your bank account details, photographs of information, everything is accessible today. It's up to you how, as an individual, you are prepared. You know, there's nothing as a generation gap as a concept today. Everybody is aware to a several extent. Only thing is fine tune that knowledge, use it where it's needed. Just to tell you one of the important aspects from NASSCOM along with Government of India, Ministry of Electronics and IT. In fact, FVTRS is also part of the journey along with SKIP, Skills for Progress. We've actually trained a lot of people right from faculty upwards, right? ITI folks and other workers have also been trained on several skills. There are 2.3 million learners on the platform. It has the entire combination of learning. The whole platform is accessible for free. It is meant for India to become a digital talent hub for the global market. It is something that you can actually utilize as one of the, I would say, forerunners for you to support. But look at this way that AI is something which is going to help you in doing things. Use that as a tool. But you are ultimately taking the right decision in terms of what, where, when, how. These 5 W's stay in place, right? So please use that consciously.
Okay, one last question. We are running short of time, please.
Hello, I'm Jeevan from Quest Alliance. A fascinating discussion. So realistically, how much is it possible to upskill the current workforce? Because everybody is at their own level of skills or mindsets or attitudes. We have seen when computers were given to government ticketing officers, they were still doing their fingers with the keyboard. So to be transparent, and sir said that 80% of the jobs will be taken over by AI. So how much is it realistically possible, and then what is the plan B over that?
See, AI will always have 2 components. One is the technology component, one is the human interface components. It will always be there. We grew up in a system, especially from being from Bengal, where banks were ransacked because computers were being introduced. I come from that particular background. But today, we live because of the computers. Similarly for AI also, you will need human interference. Okay, there has to be human intervention to teach the system what they have to do. End of the day, when you talk about the workers getting upgraded, they will be upgraded as per their, whatever need-based. It's going to be need-based. It's not going to be that guy is going to go and do a coding on AI. So if a program is running, any program is running, that program is getting upgraded means the worker does not need to get it upgraded into an AI technology coding expert. No, he needs to upgrade how the machine is being used. So all, like Swastika also said the same thing, they are upgrading. So all the companies are constantly doing this.
So thank you all. I think if there's one takeaway from this session, it's this: the future won't just happen to us. We get to shape it. And the more we lean into learning, adapting, and responsible innovation, the brighter that future will be. A big thank you to our brilliant panelists for their insights, and to all of you for being part of this conversation. Let's take this energy back to our teams, our communities, because the workforce for tomorrow is being built today. Thank you.
Well, with that, I must tell...
Just 1 second. I also want to thank Naveen from behalf of all of us. We've been working relentlessly for the last few days, getting us all together, making sure that we are all synchronized when we are sharing our views. So thank you for all your hard work.
Thanks, everyone.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause for our dynamic moderator, Mr. Naveen Jacob, who guided the conversation so seamlessly. And thank you to all our panelists for sharing their valuable insights on adapting to AI and emerging technologies. We would now like to request Mr. Felix D'Souza, the Executive Director of FVTRS and team, to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelists with a memento as a token of appreciation for their valuable time and insights. I hereby call Mr. Naveen Jacob Matthew, Chief of Staff at Lexship and former VP at Global Head of CSR and Sustainability at Sonata Software. A big thank you to you. Thank you for being a dynamic moderator today. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause, everybody together. It's Ms. Swastika Mukherjee, a specialist in strategy, sustainability, corporate communication, and marketing. Give a huge round of applause, everybody together. On the panelists, we also had Mr. Jose K. Jacob. Give a huge round of applause. The curator of the TI Summit and CEO of Integro, known for his visionary leadership in technology and innovation. Ms. Jolly Verghese, the Director of Capacity Building at Industry Foundation, known for her work empowering communities through skill development. Captain Kaustav Nath, bringing his unique experience and leadership to the panel. This memento as a token of appreciation from our side. Mr. Satish M. from the NASCOM Foundation, a key figure in driving technology-enabled social impact. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause for the moderator, for the panelists on the stage. Thank you very much. Up next, we have a very interesting panel discussion, and it is going to be building strategic partnerships, strengthening ecosystems for skill development. All right, ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next panel discussion, I know we all are sitting for quite a long time now. We'll do a quick exercise right now, okay? Everybody raise your hands up. Raise your hands up, up, up. Everybody. Hands down. Okay, hands up. Hands down. Hands up. Hands down. Fantastic. Now you can shake your wrist a little bit. Shake it. Yeah, fantastic. Okay, now clap a little louder. Let's see how louder you can clap. Louder. Okay, we'll do one thing now. When I say 3, you've got to clap 3 times. Can we do it together? 3, 2, 1. Fantastic. I'm sure you all are with us for the next panel discussion, that is building strategic partnerships, strengthening ecosystems for skill development. We now move to track 2. This session will delve into how collaboration across sectors can create stronger, more effective skill development ecosystem. To moderate this discussion, we have Dr. Jonas Richard, Professor and Head of the Social Work Department at Kristu Jayanti College. Please put your hands together as we welcome him. He's also the Director of the Center for Life Skills Education with over 25 years of expertise in life skills education, employee engagement, and CSR consultation. He is committed to promoting psychological well-being and career mentoring. A trained life skills coach and certified CSR consultant. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Up next, we have Ms. Neeta Chowdhury, an accomplished HR and training consultant with deep experience in workforce development. Give a huge round of applause as we welcome her. With 25 years of professional experience, an ICF certified coach with over 350 years of experience, she mentors leaders, startup founders, and corporate professionals. Thank you so much for joining. And next we have Mr. Akash Sethi, CEO of Quest Alliance, a leader in innovative learning solutions for youth empowerment. Give a huge round of applause, everybody together. We have Dr. K.G. Parashuram, Professor and Chairman of the Department of Studies and Research at Tumkur University, bringing academic insights to the table. Give a huge round of applause, everybody together. Dr. K.G. Parashurama, Professor and Chairman at Tumkur University with expertise in human resource management, community organization, social work, medical and psychiatric social work. He's contributed extensively to academia since 2011. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And next we have Mr. Surendran M., Manager of CSR and Sustainability, known for driving impactful corporate social responsibility initiatives. Give a huge round of applause, everybody together. He leads programs advancing education, digital inclusion, sustainability, and community well-being while aligning corporate practices with critical ESG priorities. With a background in technology and a master's in computer applications, he transitioned to CSR in 2017, driving large-scale employee volunteering initiatives. Once again, give a huge round of applause as we welcome Mr. Surendran M. And up next we have Ms. Ashwini Rao from Herman Miller, contributing expertise in corporate sustainability and social impact. With over 29 years of experience in manufacturing IT industries, a seasoned coach, mentor, and consultant in project management, business analysis, and quality management. Also, we have Dr. O.P. Goyal, the former head of Bosch India Foundation, bringing deep expertise in CSR and skill development. Give a huge round of applause as we welcome him back. Ladies and gentlemen, we also have Ms. Preeti Nair, a senior sales manager and ESG champions at Dell Technologies. Over to you, Dr. Jonas.
Okay, thank you. Most respected, the President of FVTRS, Executive Director, and the other esteemed delegates and participants. Just before lunch and just after lunch is a big challenging session, not only for the participants, also for the speakers. We are fully aware of it. So we will try, that's what little agreement we had. We will try to finish it as quick as possible with the key takeaways. I will not speak much, just would like to start with the simple story. There was a man, this particular man, who went inside a park for a walk one morning. And as he was going for a walk, and he found there are two people who entered the park. One person had a big crowbar, something they digging up. The another one had a small spade where he pulls the mud out. So these two people, they went to a particular place in the park. The person with the crowbar was digging. And after some time, the person with the spade pulled the mud out. They measured, they made basically a small pit. They measured the pit, waited for 3 seconds, 5 seconds, then they moved and dug the next pit same way, came back to the first pit, closed it. Then they went to the third pit, made, close to the second one. It was going on like this. They dig a pit, close it, dig a pit, close it, wait for a second. This particular person who was going for a walk was a little disturbed what's going on. He went near and asked, "Hey guys, what are you doing?" And they gave a beautiful reply, "Please don't disturb, we are busy doing our work." This man was startled. "What work are you doing? Digging and closing, wasting time. You tell me, unless you tell me, I am not going to move." They said, "No, we have to finish some more, you please wait." So that man could not move on, called his boss, "I am on leave today. I am on an important discovery today. I will take leave today, tomorrow I will report." After some time they called, come, you were trying to ask, what is it?" "No, I want to know what are you guys doing?" "Digging, closing, digging, closing." They said, "We are 3 of us in a tree plantation team. His job is to dig. There is another person whose job is to put the plant. My job is to close. The second fellow is on leave today." Now, can we say, friends, can we say that they wasted time? Can we say that they were absent? Can we say they got distracted? Can we say that they were not committed, dedicated, whatever you want to use? Everything was there except the final result. Very danger. The concept of isolated excellence is no more existing. Is very good, very good. Others, no, that's gone. No more competition. Unless we collaborate, we cannot be successful. That is the only mission we are going to speak about. Different dimensions of partnership, different dimensions of collaboration with a specific reference to skilling. A recent survey says around 80 to 85% of engineering graduates passed out in 2024 are unemployed. 40 to 45% of MBAs are unemployable. So what are we talking about? Whose skill are we talking about? So therefore, keeping with all these dimensions, how institutions, industries, development professionals can work together. So this is the purpose of this particular discussion. Each of us would talk about one of the dimensions of networking and collaboration with a specific reference to skilling, and last few minutes we will keep it for question and answer. First, I would like to invite Senior Professor, Professor Dr. Parashuram, Professor and Chairman of Tumkur University Social Work Department, to present his views on employability and skilling and university education. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Please.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, as Jonas said, we should not discuss and decide when we are hungry and angry. So, I know that you are also hungry and not angry. So, because the previous sessions are very wonderful, and my session is to just present my observation in higher education. So, as we are aware that higher education system, the most important system where the students will come up for the employment, or the other way of telling it is about skilling. So that's the reason just I want to make my presentation. As you all know, so India is having the highest human resource, particularly after China and US. So we are having the highest human resource, particularly in the sector of students. And by 2027, so we may have highest manpower for this workforce. And when we go for the statistical analysis, India is having a universities of around 1,100 universities, with an average of higher education enrollment 4 crores every year. That means in last 3 years, that means on an average on higher education role, there will be around 13 crores of students on the campus. So now the question is that, so what is the skilling we are looking at them, and so what is the way of generating employment with them? So in that way, if you look at this higher education point of view, so average we must create 4 crore formal employment, that is the students who come out of the campus. So that's the challenge we have. And when Dr. Jonas said, are these students really employable, or the employability of these students are much questionable? And if you want to look at from the gender perspective, so the gender perspective is that average we have around 2 crores of students, female students on campus. Altogether from first year till final year, we have around 6 crore students, female students inside the campus. Okay, so this is one set of thinking. We are rising in GR, so we are rising in many ways of by number, but are we really successful in giving the best outcome in this particular skilling? This is one point. And if you want to discuss from our university point of view, so average we have around 33,000 students on campus. We have around 91 colleges inside the university, one district, one university. And in that 91 universities, we have around 33,000 UG students and around 4,000 PG students we have. And altogether, every convocation we award a degree for around 11,000 students. And in 11,000 students, altogether 9,000 students, if 2,000 will come back to the campus for PG. So what about these 9,000 students, where they are going? So we have 20%, 27% they are with us. And average 7,000 to 8,000 students we are missing out of the campus. They are in record, but when they come out, either nor they are employed, nor they are self-employed, but the question is about their employment. So this is the second point what normally it triggers us whenever we discuss about the skilling. And the biggest challenge for many years we are discussing about skilling, and we discuss about competency, we discuss about employability, but what is the gap between the service providers and the academic institution? So from my point of view, the service providers, we have in a great number, the budget, the funding, all, everything is there. But fitting the skilling inside the subject is a challenge. And the definition of skilling, what normally we can call it as inadequate defining of the skilling is the biggest challenge. For example, if you take the arts combination of the students, where we can fit the skill component in them. Because regularly they have the academic pattern, like they have the language pattern, they have the core pattern, and along with that, so we have the skill pattern. So the thing is that whether we are going to vocationalize the higher education, or we need to vocationalize the higher education, or we need to vocationalize the degree courses, this is the challenge. Because in a day, so altogether you may sit for 5 to 6 hours. So in that 5 to 6 hours, you may be around 5 hours of regular theory papers and 1 hour of the additional learning. So where we can fit this particular skill component in the subject. So this is the biggest challenge. And second thing is that for postgraduate students, they will be easily competing for 96 credits. So what percentage of skilling can be in the UG and PG degree? What percentage of the credits can be reserved for this particular UG students and PG students? This is the challenge. Whenever we come from the NGOs and many organizations, they come for us telling about skilling. But problem is that academically, so students are locked in the credit pattern, in the syllabus pattern. Either we have to redefine the syllabus which has been already present over here, or we have to additionally add the skilling pattern for these students. So in that way, what normally I request is that, how can we collaborate with the academic patterns, that what percentage of credits can be reserved, because the conflict is between the soft skills and core skills. All these years we were discussing on soft skills, about trimming the students, behavioral skills, social skills, life skills, all these skills were there. On the other part, so now the discussion is about core skills, how core skills can be a very important part of this particular discussion. So the challenge for is that, how the service providers will align with the core skill, and how the core skill can be part of the academics. This is one challenge normally we have. And as I told, accommodating the students with particular the question of employability, and with regard to the skilling and skilling pattern, and defining the skilling. And at the end of the day, we are telling about the placement, and in placement also we have a lot of challenges. So recently we had one campus selection job mela with the district administration. Around 5,000 plus students were enrolled for that, and HDFC Bank wanted around 70 graduates for the Nelmangla branch, and they wanted to have female students, and none of them opted for that particular job, where they wanted to have only two skills. One is computer skill and one is the gender skill, what normally prefer. Job is ready for the students, but accommodating those students inside the campus for the job was the biggest challenge. So like that, the practicality of skilling has become the biggest challenge. As I said, in NEP and SCP, we were thinking about the rural colleges, and entering the rural area is also a biggest challenge. Normally, when NEP was there, SCP was there, so there were some courses, standalone courses, that is about BBA, BCom. So there, reaching Pavagada and educating them, the skilling is also a very big challenge. And with recent example, Jindal came with a very big project of training female students, and inside the campus we were successful. But when we started to share the program with the colleges, affiliated colleges, so none of the students, they came and they sat with the trainers, and they could interact and they could take the benefit of this particular program. So this is the problem. So how can we reach out the rural students, as my colleague Anandi was telling. So reaching the rural student is also the biggest challenge, and normally 50% of our affiliated colleges are in rural areas. So that is one biggest challenge. And in job mapping in the rural areas, if you take Tumkur district as an example, we have around 11 talukas inside that. So in 11 talukas, everybody want to push the students after graduation either Tumkur or Bangalore. But my recent interaction with the ITBT minister, what I was discussing is that, how can we generate local job or local employment? That's what we were telling about job mapping. So job mapping and skill mapping. So in 11 talukas, how can we retain the students in that particular taluk in their own place? That was also a biggest challenge. So now end we will say that, so the students must focus on the profile. So we are telling about graduate profile, but we are not matching with the academic profile. So more the theory is placed with them. So from my point of view, still our content is more on knowing rather than doing. This is the biggest challenge. We want to just tell them that yes, this works like this, but we are not allowing our students to that how this work and how we are allowing them to doing. So if you want to have the content collaboration, that from we are to move from knowing to doing. So that knowing to doing can make the best out of it. So the challenge is about the gender. So in 33,000 of students, we have around 57% of the students as female students. And if you look at the employment and success rate, it is around 13-14% with all our glass ceiling effect, with all our theories which may mention with them. So like that, moving students from rural area, moving students from their own settlement, and accommodating students for their choices, like in what shift they want to work. And in the recent job mela, we had another experience. Students are not going for shift-based jobs. Students are not going for field-based jobs. Students are not preferring more on what we say, the parallel type of salaries. So they say, sir, MBA graduates, as Jonas was telling. So MBA graduates, they are telling that, sir, the same salary is offered for BBA also, and same salary is offered for MBA also. So he is not worried about the competency, but he is only worried about the salary. So how footing salary is defined or redefined, how skill is adequately defined in academic pattern, how placement patterns are, how skilling components are placed between knowing and doing. So these are the practical challenges what we know. So we have to move from soft skills. So post-COVID, we know that all students are good with this technology. So they know self-learning can be part of their learning. But jumping the system from soft skill to core skill is a biggest challenge. The gap between the job providers and the service providers like education institutions or the NGOs who are giving. And recently we have very good experience. A company like Toshiba, we can keep example of Toshiba. They come out with a very good experiment. They have around 400 diploma graduates. What was their proposal to our university is that they wanted to train their 400 students in BE. So they wanted to have industry trained program certified by university. So they are telling that we will give 400 students, you certify their marks cards. So they will be trained and schooled in the industry. We have to certify with their exams. The academic model is getting redefined because industry certification and university certification has become the big challenge. So recently we are experiencing these type of case studies what you could share with them. And we are also experimenting with the industry certified, job certified programs. So now we have to move from this particular academic module to the job providers module, as I told. So next 4 years, they want to retain those diploma graduates inside the organization. So they want to give them degree. So mutual win-win situation they have defined, and that program is under discussion. So like that, so these are the certification, and mere certification, I don't think that it may not help. So even my research project on skill gap analysis, that also gave the same experience. So 3 months, 6 months, so these certification programs are not giving much dividend in academic pattern. Off the campus, that may be good, but inside the campus, that is not giving a good result because the content, the time, the aligning the service modules with the academic modules has become a very big challenge. And creating interest of the student is also a big challenge. So like that, there are many challenges in academic institution. So my only concern is that how can we partner is that if a development sector, a person is collaborating with industry, bringing new module with the university, so then we can define vocationalization of higher education or vocationalization of the courses. So these practical things may bring us a very good result. With this, let me thank the FVTRS and all the team members and particularly the panel for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor. Generally, we teachers tend to speak more, especially when you see a interesting audience. I'm referring to you, okay? But today, sir is exceptionally skilled to finish his entire idea in a very, very, very short time. Now I request Dr. Preeti Nair from Dell to speak on CSR and community partnership with a specific reference to skill building. Thank you, sir. Very short time. Good.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope I'm audible? Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much, FVTRS, for this opportunity. It's a wonderful opportunity. I'm having a really great time from, Thomas sir's the rat story to the Rasam story. Mr. Joss has given, extremely fantastic examples in the layman's language to understand and make this whole topic so relevant, and the last panel discussion as well, right? And congratulations to the entire FVTRS leadership and the organization. 17 years is not a joke, showing up every single year with this flagship program. So once again, congratulations. So I'm not going to talk about Dell, though it's been 22 years with Dell Technologies, but I would want to share more from what I've seen from a CSR engagement, what I see on the field when I volunteer, and I'm quite passionate, so I do volunteer outside of the company as well as within company. So I want to share some of the engagement model and collaboration. What are my observations around that, right? And some food for thought. So I think there's a lot of discussion already on the skills. We have professors speaking on the data points. I'll not get into that, but it's more on the food for thought I would want to leave from an engagement model perspective. So one of the observation I had is that because when you talk about success, it's a collective success, right? It's not just, you can't say it's AI or a data problem or a skill problem or an employment problem. Because I think we are no longer talking about it's a threat or not a threat, right? I mean, beg to differ if somebody still think, but it all depends from the angle where we are seeing, right? And I think we have to agree, as I said, back when I started working, And now, I don't know if I can tell my son, who's a teenager, to say that, you know what, take this course, do this, you will be successful, this is the path you have to take. And I think we all agreed in the morning as well that none of us know that after 10 years, we will be sitting here with the same job or having the same conversation on the same, same profile we are carrying. So how do we prepare for that, right? So one of the things when we are engaging with CSR or NGOs is that as we get successful, when we are delivering certain things in the CSR domain or a program, right, we get very comfortable, we get success into that, right? Are we willing to relook at that? Are we willing to relook at that what is working, right? And are we able to course correct? We saw a fantastic example, right? We didn't get any break in between to manage the timing, right? But if we are rigid and not flexible enough to see that, okay, I had this program launched 3 years ago, be a girl-child education or be it on a skill employment. It's been working for the last 5 years. Are we willing to take a look at that? Because what happens is that you don't see what's not working now. You only see after 5 years or 6 years down the lane what is the flaw in the program, right? So are we willing to take a course correction? Do we have that courage? It's like one thing I want to just bring it up, right? Second is on the impact analysis. Right, so many programs we do, and I will not name any company because I work with a lot of people, as I said, not even the NGOs who I'm referring to. But are we really doing the impact analysis? There is a CSR, there is a 2%, understand all of that, right? But how are we measuring the impact? And how are we defining the success metrics? Is it about how many people we trained? Is it about how many people we employed? Whatever it could be, because I'm sure that people present here are in different domain, different causes, now we are working towards. But how do we define that success? And is the KPI or whatever we are measuring is in line to what will fulfill us or take us for the success for the coming 4 years or 5 years? And if not, do we have the courage to course correct immediately, right? That's the second part I wanted to bring it up. And redesigning the model, right? The feedback loop. How and from whom are we connecting feedback to kind of connecting the dots saying, okay, this is great feedback, this must be sustainable, we need to continue. But however, these are the 3 things which also have some repercussions, which is not making a noise in the public, but there is an impact which is negatively impacting certain community, be it an underprivileged, be it a women community or whoever it could be, right? So are we aligned to that cause, right? So that's a milestone way, if we can take a look at it, that's something which I want to bring it up. Especially on the college and school, because I've been part of a lot of, I work for a company whose mission is to, which believe that, transforming people's life through technology, right? So we do a lot of skilling, we do a lot of STEM programs, Dell apprenticeship, mentorship, a lot of stuff even I have personally experienced first-handed, right? But one of the things which I also want to give is that how can we early engage with the college students or even the school in the early stage? I'll give an example. I recently was part of one activity where we were doing a mock interview practice for the 3rd year college students. And the whole session we had been part of how to use AI to build resume, how to appear in an interview, what kind of skills you can use, and a lot of great stuffs. And I was shattered when I actually did 5 mock interview calls. Because, it's just opposite to what we were expecting, because they had by-hearted the bio, the presence. How do we expect somebody to express what they are good at? Because when the communication is more a problem here than the AI or a technology. So I think not everything is AI. Let's face this. So what are we trying to address? So I think the cause has to be very clear so that we are actually making an impact at the level that is required, right? And somebody at the back, somebody asked, what is the plan B? I like that question, right? Because I think plan B is how do we build certain skill set? How do we create certain workshop? There is a need to build. I think it's a collectively as a government, as an NGO, as a corporate, as a society, how can we prepare people to be ready to face this uncertainty? I'm also a certified professional life coach. So this is real. The fear, the anxiety, the uncertainty which people feel. I also coach a lot of corporates and leaders as well. So this is real. It's no more in the air. So how are we preparing? Thomas sir said, be on the treadmill. How can you be on the treadmill when you are you're full of fear. We don't have hope. He gave a fantastic example about the hope. So what are the kind of program we are creating? And I'm sorry I'm going opposite Parshuram sir spoke about the core skill. Yes, I think that is happening and that is extremely important, but I think there is also a need to look at the soft skills, preparing this generation for, building some courses, experiential experience or a course to make them face, how do I face uncertainty? What if I do this course and after 3 years I'm out of job? This is a reality, right? Workforce reduction is not a new term we are hearing these days. So can we just be blind to those aspects? So how can we create certain model, come together and work on those aspects is something which, to build that resiliency muscle, right? Could be in form of courses, could be in form of designing the courses. I mean, these are not ready things, but I think something which we have done. A lot of researchers sitting right at the back, so maybe a food for thought that how can we probably do as a bigger cause for a society to kind of come together, not just look from the skilling part or from the core value standpoint, right? Also on the last, I would just want to probably in the interest of time, the creativity, empathy, all of that. So today, when we were getting homework in our school, we were supposed to actually go and do the homework. Today the kids have an option, they ask ChatGPT and do the homework. So those policies and the behavioral change at our places as parents, as society, how are we keeping that checks and balance that we are not actually switching off that creativity, empathy, compassion portion while we are, all of us agree that rasam to ban jayega, chai bhi ban jayega, right? But we still need those aspects, and that is human aspects, and until we focus on it at our level, I don't think we need to start focusing and creating a different module and kind of working it out. How do I let people fail again and again and again so that they build that muscle through a course? We have a lot of video game, we do that, but it's only in the video game, right? 10 minutes you're playing, great. But often in life, we don't build that muscle. So maybe some focus on those areas is I want to bring it up. And I think Ms. Swastika has already covered, so I will not touch upon, but I wanted to bring it out that how do we also create programs in a way that are more inclusive, right? So it should not further widen the digital divide we have in our country, right? Because that's something which we need to focus on, kind of build these. Don't just let's look at a lecture model, sitting all the elite people, understand English, but also creating this which is more widely we can circulate it or we can develop and engage with the local audience in the different languages. So I think this is a great area for us to work towards as a readiness part, or at least the plan B, sir, what you were asking earlier, right? I think that, but one thing is there, this guaranteed will help. As human collective efforts, this efforts in this will not go waste for sure, right? And the last but not the least, I would want to close it with saying that as I said, right, we have to holistically look at it, because we can say that we are spending a lot of money on doing so many causes, but at the end, if we are just putting a lot of time and putting the first aid band on a wound again and again, and we can say I've been doing that for the last 10 times, 10 years, 5 years, but at the end, instead of that, if we can actually address the root cause, so I think it's a bit not an easy task, but I think it's a big responsibility. Holistically, all the people have to come together to make an impact in the both organized and the unorganized sector. Once again, I thank you for this opportunity and look forward to catch up with all of you the rest of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So concisely presenting. So up we have Mr. Surendran from CGI. Sir would present on strategic partnership and how not just collaboration only with the government agencies, but also with the development sectors and academic institutions. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Now I'll sit and present so that I can see, else I'll have to see backside. If you can give me the ticker. Okay, before I start, let's do a quick attention check of the audience. When I say 1, 2, 3 clap, all of you clap once. 1, 2, 3. When I say 1, 2, 3 clap, all of you clap once. 1, 2, 3. Okay, attention again. When I say 1, 2, 3 clap, all of you clap once. Okay? One more time. When I say 1, 2, 3, clap, all of you clap once. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, clap. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, clap. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, clap. 1, 2, 3. Okay, somewhat reduced. Okay. Okay, for those who still did not get it, when I say 1, 2, 3, clap, only you clap once, not just 1, 2, 3. Thank you. My name is Suren. I represent an organization called CGI. We are a Canada-based IT company, and I manage CSR and ESG for CGI India. With 20,000 employees in India, we are based in 5 cities across India, and for those 5 cities, I manage the CSR. Quickly, since we have less time, I'll make sure I finish within 8 minutes. What we do in CGI, before we talk about the partnerships, on skilling. In CGI, we are associated with more than 30 non-profits across the country. In skilling, we skill for green jobs, which I'll talk later. Some of you, if you have heard about green jobs. Have any of you been part of the previous session, summit organized by FVTRS? Have you? Okay, pretty new crowd. So some of my slides are from the previous also, so I want to make sure that I wanted to tell those who have attended previous, it would be repetitive. On the skilling, yeah, solar or the green jobs is one which I'll talk. Then we also do data analytics and AI skilling for rural colleges or tier 2, tier 3 cities in Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. And also we do the persons with disability skilling on life skills and technology skillings for persons with visual impairment and hearing impairment. And also we do innovation in STEM, pretty much on skilling the youngsters to get into the workforce. So what I want to talk today is on the partnerships. Do we all agree that we can't do this alone? Is anyone still with a mindset that I will do things alone? Only my organization can achieve this. If we are with that mindset still, then that's not the progress that we look at. A partnership, not just with CSR or NGOs. I'll talk about the partnership model also in the next one, but no single stakeholder can do things alone. We will have to partner, we will have to collaborate, and that's where the SDG goal also talks about the 17th one, partnership. How do we partner with multiple stakeholders to progress? Okay. Now the partnership model, we all look at either CSR and NGO. There is different, and how many of you are from the NGOs, if you can raise hands? Okay, majority from the NGOs. Any from the educational institutions or academics? Okay, speakers, thank you. And any students here? Okay, last few students. Okay. So since majority of the are from the NGO sector, I would like to highlight one quick thing is, do not look CSR as your only model, only funding model to do something. I understand CSR is something that the NGOs look for, but you all would have experienced what was before 2014. It's only after 2014 CSR came into picture, but before that NGOs were still there. More than 50 years, 60 years after our independence or even before our independence, NGOs were there to run programs, be it skilling or education, environment, any sort of programs, NGOs were running programs. So CSR only came in after 2014 in a formal way to support NGOs. So you'll have to look at CSR as only your supporting system, not your primary system. If your primary system is only CSR, then you will have to, I've seen a lot of people telling that we have very good program, but CSR is not funding us. Yes, CSR also has their own limitation of funding. CSR has limitation in scope of funding also. So do look at partnership at multi-level, like it can be CSR, NGO, CSR, government, CSR, NGO and government. So when I'll also talk about what corporate expects. So one thing corporate expect is, gone are the days that corporate donates to NGO, the program gets implemented, close it there. No. Corporate donates to NGO, what is further, okay, are we contributing to the state or to the country? Where are we aligning with national policy? Are we aligning with the state policy? Are we contributing to the bigger mission of the country? Is the ask also. So whenever we associate with NGO, we also look at which policy of the government are you supporting. Is government also involved in implementing this project? And also academia, the industries. How do we connect everyone to bring into this program? And we are also looking at currently, like morning GV Rao sir was there. So CGI and Volvo is doing a project together. So we also have gone one step ahead. Can multiple corporates come together and fund an NGO? And you as NGOs can also bridge that gap. I'll give you an example where CGI is a service-based company. We are an IT service company. And one NGO has been working with us. They're working with Volvo as well. Now, even if sometimes we try to collaborate, things might not happen, but NGO has the capacity to bring partners together. That means, okay, I see CGI has Volvo as a client. Can we do some program together which is bridged by the NGO? So you'll have to look at how do you bring more value to the corporate, if at all you are looking at CSR, that adds more value when you implement any project. So while this is on the partnership model, I'll quickly come to what is the expectation of a corporate when we call either for proposal or when we call, when we associate with the non-profits, be it skilling or any program. These are common ones, what we expect from an NGO. One is the strategic alignment, whether it aligns to what we do. We are a IT-based company. For us, IT skilling will be core, while other skillings could come secondary. It's not that it's not important, but what relates to us matters a lot. So when you approach a corporate or any other CSR, do see where it aligns or where it fits for them. Then compliance, all of you would be aware of it. You all are experts in that. Credibility matters. This is where I see NGOs which comes and tells that we will run any project you want will fall flat in future. Corporates looks for expertise. For that, you should have already implemented some project. Yes, some of you would ask, how will we implement without corporate funding? That is where my example of how was NGOs functioning before 2014. So you will have to come with your proof of concept that I've implemented this. I have done it for 10 people. With corporate support, I can do it for 100 people or for 1,000 people. So that will be more important. And yes, market relevance, industry linkages, many of them spoke about it. Brand alignment does matter a lot. Yes, corporate looks for branding, your picture or wherever it is. Whether it is told or not, it does matter. Whether corporate asks or not, it does matter. Then, then comes your sustainability, scalability. I'll not go through all the points because of less time. Now coming to green jobs. Since all of you are from NGO sector, how many of you are running skilling in green jobs? Very less. Okay. Have you heard about green jobs? Okay. Good amount of people. Any NGOs working in the environment field? Okay. So environment field, many of you raised hands. But when I ask green jobs, not many raised hands. So this is where you will have to look at how do you connect green jobs. Green jobs is like next trending word you could look at after or along with ESG, which corporates also look for. So green jobs is anything to do in preserving or restoring environment. If you are in the environment sector, then this is something that you will have to look at. Now what all come under green jobs? There is also a skill council for green jobs. If any of you have not heard about this skill council, run by government. You can also refer to it. And these are the few places or sectors where anything, if you are aligning to any of these ones, then you can call your program as green jobs. So have a look at, it could be renewable energy, environment, forest, climate change, sustainable development. I'm sure you will be in one of these, even if you're running skilling in education, technology, somewhere. How do you connect it to green jobs is something you can look at. Then the green jobs opportunity, the next few years, this is going to be the talk. While yes, AI is there, technology is booming, AI is booming. While all these are there, even for AI, the more we use AI, we are somewhere compromising on the environment. So for that, green jobs will be the compensating factor of how do we enable our youngsters, youths to contribute to these green jobs. And definitely green jobs align with most of the companies' ESG goals. While ESG is environmental social governance, where we talk about what we do inside corporate, we also look at how do we skill youngsters in contributing to the green jobs. So that's on the green jobs. So final call to action, I know I'll keep it short and then we will talk more later if needed. Here, only thing I want to highlight to all the NGOs is the more you do the impact, talk about the impact. The more you talk, only people will trust you. Or to be frank, corporate will trust you only when you are seen outside in the world. I'm not sure you randomly boast about yourself. No, whatever you do, talk about it. That makes a lot of impact. I'll take a pause here. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for FVTRS for giving me an opportunity.
Okay. Thank you, Suren sir. Next we have Madam Ashwini, who is going to talk about the role of volunteering. She is going to connect volunteering and skill with this specific reference to women volunteering and what are the challenges associated with. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Jonas. Thank you, FTRS, right, for this opportunity. I come from the organization, currently I'm working with Millenol, and in Millenol Foundation, in fact, we dedicate one day of one working day across the globe only for community service activities, the choice of the employee. Anyone can engage. Can get engaged with any of the community service activity. While this kind of initiative that is run at the corporate level, right, huge, no doubt about it. And you did speak about so many initiatives from CSR, Preeti spoke about it. Probably what I'm going to speak is going to narrow down to one single individual. Can an NGO and an individual partner, even if I remove the big words, strategic partnering, right? Can an individual partner with an NGO? Why not? A couple of my friends have been doing this for more than 10 to 12 years, and I should say I have been an infant here. I've just started 2.5 years ago. And my experience, probably I wanted to share how can NGO benefit from partnering with individuals. Agreed, the power is more, a collective power is more through a CSR, no doubt about it. So what I want to share is few challenges that individuals face while willing to volunteer, right, but what are the challenges? But at the same time, specifically, yes, I'll also add few things when it comes to right women. I have been volunteering at two different types of setup. One is a school, only boys school at a very, very basic level, 6th, 7th and 8th standard students from rural parts of India. I wouldn't say India, more of Karnataka, more rural parts of Karnataka. Their 5th standard would have been in Kannada medium. Probably what they know is alphabets. And another setup, a girls' shelter. And there it's more at a tuition level. And the volunteer, the interventions have been very minimal. It's just once a week that I visit them to teach spoken English, and as a group we go there. It is surprising. I completely understand what we are talking about, skilling them to learn something at AI level and right, those kind of things, no data analytics level, while all that is required, the basic alphabet sentences at that level is what I am kind of involved, because if we don't build at that level, what next? Just to take them, this is something that happened in one of the session. They come with alphabets, as I said, to bring them to a level to say, he is ginding me, miss. Those of you who understand Kannada, ginding is the word for pinching. So for them, they put all their attempt to learn, and the jugaad that they do with the words, and then they still speak. It's amazing to see what they do. But what I've learned, few things that volunteering at an individual level, right, when we do, and why volunteers or what challenges come to them. One of them is the fear of commitment. When I said in the education field, when I talk to a couple of my more friends for the reach, first response is, oh, from June to March, am I supposed to commit every Saturday? That's the first response. I keep telling, 1 is better than 0. Please start with 1 session. Is it once a month? Is it once a week? No problem. Just start with 1, right? Like as I said, 1 is better than 0. Fear of commitment, not necessarily. As an individual, we can always commit to how much time that we can give, and that is helpful. People are looking forward, the NGOs are looking forward, that kind of help too. So if I can only contribute 2 months, that's fine. If I can only contribute 5 months, that's fine. But at the same time, one challenge here in skill building is there needs to be continuity. Commit for something. The scope of what you commit needs to be well defined. I cannot say I will take 1 paragraph. No, if I'm committing to 1 semester, at least, right, commit for that. Another major challenge is the program design itself. We are too ambitious when we try to design a program for an NGO. Trying to include what not. I want to teach that to this. I want to teach, right, everything at one go, at one program. We design the program very ambitiously, but what we end up achieving is probably minuscule of what we thought. Yes, we were too ambitious there. Design your program, whatever, right, the program for skill development, design it realistically, right? What is that we can deliver? The other challenge that I see is continuity. As I said, whenever it comes to skill development, it can't be that every half an hour one person will come and teach. Whether it's students, kids, whoever is the learner, it's too confusing, right? Continuity, sustaining continuity is, right, another challenge. Whenever as an individual, when I've gone right for volunteering, another gap, another challenge that I have experienced is the requirement of that institute versus my skill set as an individual. So the way I try dealing with that is, first, do I have the time to learn that new skill set and invest in that learning and then teach them? Or, no, I can't commit to that learning part, but can I connect them to someone? Can I connect to another individual, another institute who can provide that input for them? So, I try to overcome that particular challenge by establishing connections for them. Another thing, what I said, like the Girls Foundation where I'm associated, it's just 2 kilometers away from where I stay, so very easy commute. I don't face any problem there. But another school that I'm associated is at 22 kilometers away from my place. Commute is another challenge. And the way currently we are trying to overcome that is by joining, NGO helps us, halfway they come and pick us up, halfway we go. So that's another way of trying to, these are very logistical problems, but they are real problems for individual volunteers. They're willing to do, they're willing to come forward, but these are, as I said, those small hindrances which prevents them. So since many NGOs here, if NGOs can kind of think of these things, right, how you can help individuals, to partner with all of you to contribute. And many a times it's also our ability to give 100% to what we have committed. It can vary. Trust me, it can vary because of our personal situations, but how can that be jointly addressed, right, with the NGO and as an individual? And since women related, right, specific, the only other thing that I would add is safety, security concerns that many women have. I speak to many of my friends and then say, what if this happens? What if that happens? Right, so how can NGOs support, right, that particular thing, the environment, the safety concerns that they raise for individual women volunteers. The other thing, one of my friend who has to take care of aged parents, aged in-laws right at home, somebody who is sick, bedridden, this is where technology has right come into help. She's in a position to conduct classes for these students, 6th, 7th and 8th standard students, or somebody who is doing a diploma in computer science, these kind of courses, she is able to do it through right home. Technology comes. Of course, nothing can replace face-to-face connect and sessions, but at least, yeah, 60–70% of effectiveness can still be brought through, which we are right attempting. And of course, also for women, that little extra support is required from the families to take up these initiatives, to take up these steps to become an individual volunteer. And all these programs, what any corporate would put up, we need individual contributors to continue that. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Ashwini. Okay. We are also getting an indication. First, how you clapped, it kept on reducing now. Okay, next we have, Mr. Akash Sethi, the founder and CEO of Quest Alliance. Sir is going to speak on how do we strengthen our ITIs? What is the societal responsibility? Over to you, sir. Presentation is there.
All right, good afternoon, and before the presentation comes up, really grateful and recognizing a lot of familiar faces in the audience who have been, who have taught me a lot, and I feel that a lot of us who are here, who, work closely with the communities and closely with the learners and actually doing the hard work, just want to say a big thank you to a lot of you, because that's the hardest work when it comes to skill development, is to actually go reach out to people who are most vulnerable, most in need, and it takes a lot of heart and head to do what you do. So I just really want to thank you for that, because not a lot of people, are doing so much but are talking a lot more. So I think we need to also recognize that the doing takes a lot, and all of us are really doing that hard work. How many of you have heard of Quest here? Just so that I get a sense that how much do I need to. Quest Alliance, some of us know about Quest. Okay, so I won't take a lot of time to talk about Quest, but talk a little more about how do we really work together to influence the skill development, skilling ecosystem. Specifically, the government has announced a 60,000 crore investment in ITIs in the next 5 years. They intend to invest in upgrading ITIs by investing a 60,000 crores. Now, the question is that there's a lot of learning, there's a lot of work that various people have done, and how do we take those learnings and make sure that these 60,000 crores are spent in a manner that actually makes an impact? And how do we do it in a manner that's in a collective effort rather than individuals doing this influencing? So, are the slides up? Okay. How do I go to them? Okay. This is the second time in 1 week that I have had the same challenge, but that's fine. I can give you a little bit context as the slides come up. A little bit context about Quest Alliance. Quest Alliance is an 18-year-old non-profit organization that has been working on the area of 21st century skills and life skills for young people. We produce a lot of curriculum, we do a lot of teacher training programs, we partner with employers to bring them into ITIs and vocational training centers so that young people can transition into the world of work. And we work with about 200,000 young people every year across 1,200 vocational training centers and partnering with almost 400 different employers. And we believe that, I mean, every one of you here are familiar with Google Maps. Everyone, yeah. So the blue dot on Google Maps is you, and you are trying to reach your destination. And oftentimes what happens is that, you know, this blue dot on Google Maps, you know, when you're going to your destination, there are different things that come on the way, right? Petrol pump, cafe, shopping, etc., etc. A lot of things are on the way, and you are on the highway to your destination. And oftentimes, you know, with our learners don't have the Google map of careers. They get skill development on a different map, they get scholarships in a different map, they get mentorship in a different map. So they don't have one map that is taking them to their destination. Everyone is getting different services, right? Mentoring is coming to a learner, but that same learner who's getting mentoring is not getting skill development. The same learner that's getting skill development is not getting internships. So they are all on different, in a sense, highways. And how do we really bring them together? How do we bring all of these people who are interested in young people growing in their career is what actually we are trying to also work on. And I think the gentleman that spoke about AI in the morning, when these different platforms of mentorship, jobs, internships, skill development start talking to each other, that's when the learner will start actually getting a lot more of the support that they need. And that is, I think, a journey in terms of partnerships that we are on, that can we get all the skill development actors to really come on the same platform and use the beacon protocol equivalent that made financial inclusion available and accessible. Can education and skill training also see that kind of revolution where all the skill development actors are actually helping come to on the same platform and use that to help the same learner? And that's something that we feel in the next 5 years that's going to happen, that many more people will start helping learners who are on that path to their journey. Any progress on the map? Not the map, on the slides? No?
Yes, we have to improve this skill first.
Yeah, but that's fine. We can keep going. So one is sort of Quest is working on this Google Maps for skills and education, and hopefully in the next 2-3 years we'll see some progress, and there are many more in this area. But one of the partnership opportunities is that. The second thing that I can talk about quickly for this presentation is that when I mentioned that the government is investing 60,000 crores, how do we as a community come together to really inform how should this money be spent? A lot of the money typically tends to go into infrastructure upgrade. But when it comes to curriculum, trainer development issues, placement and industry issues, this money oftentimes is not used for the software or softer aspects. So if you look at, someone spoke in the morning about how trainers is a big challenge today, right? Right from the time, how do we recruit trainers? How do we train these trainers? How do we grow these trainers? How do they evolve? There's a whole challenge in terms of trainers, and some institutions are doing great work, but systemically, only 15 to 20% trainers are actually employed right now, and 80% seats are vacant. So that is a huge area of collaboration for the ecosystem, that what does it take to motivate trainers and get them to do what they need to do. So there was a strategy paper that we had presented to the Ministry of Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and I was going to share that paper with you for you to also engage with that and understand what are the gaps in the trainer development thinking. Is it only TOTs or there is more to it? It's not just that one TOT is going to do everything that needs to be done. So anyway, that was one of the areas I see where we can play a role by not just training learners, by almost building a cadre of trainers. I think the second piece which is related to the whole industry engagement and placement cells. In ITIs, placement cells are not formalized. They are, what we have seen is that when you give students the opportunity to run placement cells, they do a great job by actually doing market scans, by actually going out and bringing new employers to their institute. So we could perhaps look at, more student-led placement rather than only industry being invited. Students need to go out and do this mobilization and motivating other students. So that is one of the areas where perhaps the ITI system also needs to give more power to the learner. We oftentimes feel that adults know best, but adults are part of the problem in a lot of our experience, that they are the ones who don't trust the learner as much, and the learner want autonomy, they want trust, and we need to look at how do we give them that autonomy rather than feeling like we know it best. So letting go of our power and giving learners the power is an important aspect in really looking at how we enable the learner to drive collaboration as well, and not just us. And given my presentation has not yet come up, I'll close by saying that I'd like to invite a lot of you to the Future Right Skills Network, and there it is, my presentation. On the last slide, we had released, actually just can't see it, but if you can just go to the photograph, you can reach out to the futurerightskillsnetwork.in for knowing a little more about the work. And we had recently released the State of ITI's report. This is a blueprint with the minister who released this report to gather data about what the state of ITIs can look like, to analyze that data and present it back. So if any of you is interested in participating in being part of the State of ITI report, it's almost like an ASR for the skill, for the ITI space, then please reach out to us, because we want to see how more organizations can be involved in building this report, so that we can actually show what the state of ITIs are and what it needs in terms of investment. So yeah, that's an open invitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. With all the difficulties, sir could convey it very, very effectively. Anyway, then we have now Madam Neeta Chowdhury, who will be speaking on building the bridge between industry and the academia, and what are the possibilities and what are the challenges. Over to you, ma'am. Yes.
So yes, I think we have spoken a lot in terms of what kind of issues are there currently in the industry. You have colleges who have a set curriculum. They have been teaching, right? And then you have industries which is like constantly evolving, and the technology is coming. Everything is changing overnight. So what we are teaching, even if changes are happening in the colleges, academy, you can see that by the time the students graduate, that skill is outdated. That skill is no more relevant. So how do we cover that gap? So I have been working in many organizations, many Fortune 500s, and what we have done as a CSR as well is that we kind of work with the academy, the colleges, to see that, what kind of skills are required in future. What kind of skills are required and where the current syllabus, what are they covering and what is the gap and how do we ensure that we have the right people giving the training before these graduates are passed out from the colleges, right? So that's kind of initiative that I have kind of advocated from the organization, from one organization to another organization. We as an HR, because I have been in HR, I have been working as an HR, so we struggle a lot, yeah, right? But when we look for a talent in the from the colleges, right, we find that there's quite a lot of gap. What we are looking and what they are offering is like huge difference. So what we do is, now what we have started, many of the HRs, we kind of advocate this, that we start picking the colleges. We kind of ensure that before the students are graduating, we are training them, giving them the kind of skills that they require to kind of be capable and be productive when they join the organization, right? So while we are doing everything good, we have to start focusing on what is it that we need in the future. Instead of thinking, what we have to start seeing that what we need. Instead of asking the question that, what is available, we have to see that, what is going to be the in tomorrow. Though it's not constant, it's going to change. It's going to change a lot. But still, we have to, that's the kind of approach we have to take. Another thing is that there's a huge gap, as Sir rightly said, that, the rural population, right? We have a huge number of students in the rural population, right? In the rural area. And there is a huge difference. I was talking to one of my friends who's a professor, and she was saying that, she is coming from Calcutta, she has moved to Bangalore, and she's struggling, though she's a fantastic professor, she has 15 years of experience, etc. But she says, it's difficult for me to now go and educate people, the students, because language is a barrier. Because of the language, I am not able to communicate, I am not able to train because I want to go and teach the rural student. But she is not able to because of the language. So there's so many barriers because of the diversity that we have in India. There's so much of difficulty that they face as well, though they want to train, but there is a challenge that you have in terms of the language as well. So yes, so I was saying, right, that there's a job matching that he was trying to do, and it was not succeeding because of different factors. And one factor was, of course, that the difference between the people who you are teaching and where you are coming from, right? So that's another thing. Am I not audible? Okay, right? I think. Am I too short? Okay. All right. So, am I audible? Okay. All right, so that's another thing that I wanted to touch base, like, rural population. And I really like the fact that, you said that it's just not, as a group, as an organization, we can contribute towards CSR as individuals as well. And that I think is missing quite a lot because we think it is someone else's responsibility. It is not our responsibility. Let the organizations do it, let the NGO do it, let the government do it. But what are we doing? How are we contributing, right? So instead of saying that what do we need, we have to start also asking a question that what do we bring on the table? How are we contributing as individuals? So I think these are the things that is required. As I said, it's kind of lots of differences are there, but at the same time we have to figure out that how do we create the future which is not uncertain. Right now, if I was talking in one of the colleges as a speaker, and I saw the students asking this question, right, that you're telling us to learn this, that, but do you think by the time we will graduate, will this be even in thing, or will we get employment basis, the skills that you're asking us to learn? So that's when we start telling them that it's not just about the skill that you learn, but you learn to adapt, you learn to learn. Right? Because that's the only thing that will stay, because everything else is going to change around it. But one thing that will stay is that how do you learn? Right? How do you grow? How do you adapt to changes? And then you have to change quickly, because no one is going to come and train you like the way you're getting education here. The professor is telling you what to do, what not to do. In the real world, when you go and you become employed, you will not have that privilege. No one is going to ask you what to do. You will have to do basis what you think is happening around you. So you have to keep yourself focused, learn about the market, learn new skills, be adaptable, ensure that you are accepting the changes, not fearing it, right? Because fearing is going to not take us anywhere. As we saw just now, right? Technologies fail, we don't. Akash, you did a wonderful job. So yeah, but the technology failed, right? But we still continue. So, someone was asking, that do we speak like AI? And I said, no, we don't speak like AI. The AI speaks like us, right? The input is coming from human to AI, right? So there is no need for students to fear the AI. You have to adapt it. As rightly sir said, right, that, we have, many of us might be from the generation where computer was just a new thing. We accepted it, we learned it. Now, we had COVID, right? Were we prepared for it? No, we were not prepared for it, right? But we handled it pretty wisely and we were able to come out of it. Now it's AI. So what I'm trying to tell you is that, while I was giving that information to the students, I was telling them, you don't have to fear. Human has constantly managed the changes and they have succeeded always. So hence, we will succeed. You just have to ensure that you understand the trend in the market and you learn and you have that acceptance and you grow along with everyone else. So I think that's about it, and I think I really like the stance that CSR, both Preeti and Surendra has taken, that the NGO should not depend just on the CSR. They should have, because the credibility is important. While we take any NGO and we start, kind of impaneling with them, we ask them to provide us data in terms of what have you achieved so far. What are the impacts you have created? So that we know if that aligns with our organization's vision, if that aligns with nation's priority, something that the government is looking to encourage. So, all that is very important. Why I brought this point is, while I'm talking about the bridging the academia and the industry, is because you can start focusing on how do you leverage all this, how do you ensure that you're imparting the right skills and you're having the right capability in the market, so that when these guys are going in the market for employment, they are getting the employment, right? And I think while I was reading the surveys and I was reading the data, I found that this employment rate is going down because people are now not just depending on the job, right? They are creating their own ventures, right? Now that is another thing that government has done well, where they are encouraging startups, etc. So that is helping. So we should also start providing some ground for the students, wherein they are getting trained in terms of the skills that can make them self-employed. So that they don't have to be asking for employment. They actually can have their own employment by the time they graduate, and they can give employment to others. So I think with that, I would like to close. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I know we are testing your skill of patience. Request the last speaker, Dr. Goyal, to give his views and perspectives on skilling, partnership, and employability.
Thank you. No intention to come between lunch and you. I thought the lady had already come to more or less close the session, but then kind enough to get possibly 3 very quick points, and maybe it should take 3 minutes only, not more than that. First, the CSR scenario in the country. We heard the co-panelist about CSR and what NGOs should do. My perspective on that. India has now reached to a stage where we spend 30,000 crore rupees every year on CSR. Yeah, from 2014 April when it was started. Now about 30,000 companies participate. The smallest company which participate has a budget of about 1 million rupees, and there are about 23,000 companies like that who have this kind of a budget. But look at the other side of it. Top 100 companies have 15,000 crore rupees to spend every year. The one biggest company, it's not Reliance now, it was Reliance until 2 years before possibly, now it is HDFC Bank, has more than 1,000 crore rupees to spend on CSR, which is on every day, including Saturdays and Sundays, about 3 crore rupees every day. Difficult to spend for a bank because they know how to do banking and not perhaps CSR. So, the point is they need a lot of qualified people. Because there is money involved and there are no MSWs, many of them are not there at the senior position in the corporate. There were perhaps few, but they were more into HR, handling HR issues. Since from 2014 onwards, not many people have been developed as the head of CSR who understand development. They understand business, they run CSR business way, and that should change. Yeah. So the point is, it is whose responsibility? Ultimately, we get into the blame game, whether industry should do it, or academia should do it, or government should do it. When it comes to collaboration, partnership, the blame game starts. So we are not getting into all that. I am simply saying, instead of blaming anybody, academia should see this as an opportunity. It's a huge opportunity helping companies to spend 30,000 crore rupees every year meaningfully. That can only be done by right people. Right people can only be trained in the academia because companies can't train people there. One point is over. Second point is about the skills. We heard the co-panelists on skilling, then we have a curriculum and the students have to undergo the curriculum. Yes, of course, because they have to earn a degree, so they have to undergo 40 credits every year, they have to study. But I think the NEP 2020 and also the UGC circulars, which we get almost one circular every week, now focus on how do we embed skilling into the curriculum. UGC is now saying that include minimum 12 credits equivalent of skills in the curriculum every year. You can go up to 30 credit. You don't have to come to us and ask. Your academic council can decide and just do it. So since we have that leverage now, I think now the onus is on us. Whether we are a university or we are an autonomous college, we have the full freedom to incorporate skilling into the core curriculum. Up to 12 credit, they say you start. You can go up to 30 credit out of 40 every year. So we have that flexibility. I think we need to discuss about it maybe on a different forum and see how do we do it. The third point about the skilling, what do we teach them? When we include this 12 credit or 30 credit or whatever in a year, what do we teach them? The one thing which we have in the past misunderstood and misinterpreted, and perhaps the word which we have used very softly is the soft skills. We think that the soft skills are something which can be ignored or it can be learned later or not really so necessary, etc. I remember one time when we had launched bridge program in Bosch and it was working very well, I think for about 3 or 4 years over, and everybody started knowing, first of course people in the government of Karnataka, then people in the central ministry, skill ministry. We had the privilege of also hosting the Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, along with Dr. Angela Merkel. Both of them came to the center. They also wanted to discuss how Indian youth can be skilled to make them employable in Germany as well as in the other countries. So that time, after the Prime Minister's visit, the Secretary of Skill Development then from Government of India called up and he said, Dr. Goel, I have seen your curriculum of bridge program and you talk a lot about the soft skills there. Now which are the employability skills you teach it to them? And my humble submission to him was that, sir, the soft skills are the employability skills. We are misunderstanding that. Actually, they get employment because of the soft skills. And now now my submission is that we stop using the word soft skills. We call them as core employability skills. The core employability skills, if communication is not the core employability skills, then what it is? If self-grooming, if the self-confidence, if the digital literacy is not the core employability skills, then what it is? So we have a whole list of core employability skills now. I would like to divide them into 3 parts. Core employability, domain or technical skills, which actually can be learned on the job well. The core employability skills are very difficult to learn on the job because we don't have now time. Companies don't give us. When I joined the first company, I was given 6 months as an orientation period, no results expected. Do whatever you want to do, but after 6 months pass the test and then we will put you on regular roles. Now the companies, when I last checked how much time do you have for orientation, They said 3 days. Next time again I asked them, they said it is 3 hours. I think now there is no time for orientation. When a new person join, they say become productive today itself. Morning come to the HR department, afternoon you should start producing the result. If that is the case, then all these core employability skills and domain skills are to be taught in the campus by us, and we as an academicians have to look at it very seriously. The third component of the skill is also important but may not be for immediate use. That is the career growth and future skills. That also we have to learn because that also difficult to run on the job. But these are more people management kind of skills, learning empathy, learning emotional quotient and things like that. Those perhaps can wait. So these are the few things I just wanted to share. Maybe a last one point if I have half a minute more to say. There was an example of an excellent partnership between Bosch, which we did with NSDC first on the request of the Ministry of Skill and Entrepreneurship, when the secretary said, we in the government would like to scale up what we are doing well. So we said, we are training youth, the school dropouts, 50,000 of them have been trained, employed, dropout from 10th, 11th, 12th, and 43% of them girls. They said, what will you suggest to us? I said, we will suggest to you not to run the bridge program for yourself, but to have another version of developing skill entrepreneurs, where the boys and girls want to start their own skilling centers. We tell them, we support them, we provide them curriculum, we provide them space in the educational institute so that they can run their own centers, and 100 such youth were trained to set up their own centers, and through that we build a capacity to train and employ 10,000 youth every year. I think that can be scaled up. Perhaps that can be one example of how the partnership between an industry and government can work. So partnership with industry and academia is possible through CSR, through skill development. Partnership with government and industry is also possible if the whole burden of developing the country is not left to the industry, but government says build some successful models and show it to us, and we will take the responsibility, we will replicate them, because we have the authority, we have the power, we have the policy making, we also have the money now, all the taxpayers' money is also coming to us, so we should be also spending that on this skill. So with the time available, I think this much only I wanted to say, otherwise I can speak for hours on this topic, but that's my personal passion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. With the interest of the time, I'm skipping the concluding remark. Okay, so congratulations to all the speakers. Thank you for finishing on time, and over to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause once again to our moderator, Dr. Jonas Richard, and to all the wonderful panelists right here for sharing the valuable insights. And with that, we now request the FVTRS team to kindly felicitate our esteemed panelists with a memento as a token of appreciation for their valuable contributions. I request Mr. Jimmy to please felicitate Dr. Jonas Richard, Head of Social Work Department at Christu Jayanti College. Give a huge round of applause for the moderator for guiding the conversation so seamlessly. Request Ms. Divya to please join us on the stage to felicitate Mr. Akash Sethi, CEO of Quest Alliance, a leader in innovative learning solutions for youth empowerment. I request Ms. Silly to please join us on the stage to felicitate Dr. K.G. Parashurama, Professor and Chairman of the Department of Studies and Research at Tumkur University. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mr. Gaurav to please felicitate Ms. Preeti Nair, the Senior Sales Manager and ESG Champions at Dell Technologies. Give a huge round of applause, everybody together. Ladies and gentlemen, I request Mr. Krishna to please join us on the stage and felicitate Ms. Neeta Chowdhury, an accomplished HR and training consultant with deep experience in workforce development. Give a huge round of applause, everybody together. I request Ms. Hema to please felicitate Mr. Surendran M, Manager of CSR and Sustainability, known for driving impactful corporate social responsibility initiatives. I request Mr. Krishna to please join us on the stage and felicitate Ms. Ashwini Rao from Herman Miller, contributing expertise in corporate sustainability and social impact. Give a huge round of applause, everybody together. Now it calls out for the group photograph, all the panelists and the moderator. Thank you very much once again. Please do join us for the lunch, and audience, right after this we are breaking for the lunch, and we will be back here by 2:30? Yes. 2:45, 2:30? 2:30 sharp, okay, 2:30 sharp, we all are going to be back. And please do join us for the lunch, all the panelists, the moderator, the speakers, please do join us, and we will see you back. And the lunch has been arranged at the 4th floor, the 4th floor. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you're back here at 2:30 because we have an interesting panel discussion on future-ready workforces, synergizing skill for a scalable and sustainable economy.
Check, 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 check. Check. Check.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being back on time. We'll be starting in next 8 minutes.
Just announce now.
Check. Ladies and gentlemen, Gaurav from FVTRS is going to place a quick QR code board which is in his hand currently. He's going to place on each table. By the end of the session, today's session, make sure you fill in the form. It's very important to get feedback from each one of you. So make sure you add in. So we're going to be placing in each table. Make sure you scan the QR code. But right now, the next session is going to be the panel discussion, and after that is the award ceremony. But before you leave, make sure you enter your feedback.
Hello. Glasses here. 7.
There's an announcement for everyone. Please do call your colleague or your friends from the hall so that we can start our session as soon as possible. And one more announcement. I am keeping one feedback form at your table. After finishing of this session, last session, we're gonna take your feedback. So you have to scan it after completing of the last session. Thank you.
Check.
ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಇಟ್ಬಿಡಿ ಟೇಬಲ್ ಮೇಲೆ. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being back. We now move to track 3, future-ready workforces synergizing skill for scalable and sustainable economy. This session will focus on how aligned skills development can drive economic growth while ensuring sustainability and scalability. To moderate this important discussion, we have Dr. Thomas, founder and director of the EcoLink Institute of Wellbeing, dedicated to sustainable development and holistic community empowerment, with decades of experience in social development and environmental stewardship. He was catalyzed grassroots change and ecological responsibility. Honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award by Dharmasthala, Dr. Skaria, who continues to inspire initiatives in environmental education, social equity, and integrative development. On the panelist, we have Dr. Vasanthi Srinivasan, the Professor of Organizational Behavior and HRM at IIM Bengaluru, with over 2 decades of experience in academia and consulting. She specializes in leadership, ethics, and value-based management, a leading voice on generational diversity and responsible workplace practices. Dr. Srinivasan combines academic rigor with real-world insight to drive organizational transformation and foster ethical and inclusive leadership. Give a huge round of applause. Also with us, we welcome Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya, Professor in the Department of Computer Science and Automation at the Indian Institute of Science, with expertise in machine learning, convex optimization, and autonomous systems. He has authored numerous papers in leading journals and conferences, some earning Best Paper Awards. A postdoctoral fellow at UC Berkeley, Professor Bhattacharya holds BE and ME degrees in electrical engineering and PhD from IISc. Also with us, we have Mr. N.E. Sridhar, Chief Sustainability Officer at Titan Company Limited, with over 12 years of leadership in sustainability, ethics, and business excellence. He drives Titan's integrated sustainability agenda, including climate change mitigation, CSR, affirmative action, and occupational health and safety. Serving as Titan's Chief Ethics Counselor since 2019, he ensures ethical practices are embedded across the organization. Also with us, we have the panelist, Ms. Rachna Rego, the director at Right Horizons and a financial literacy advocate with over 30 years of experience in corporate finance, wealth management, and IT services. She leads research, financial planning, training, and compliance at Right Horizons, and previously managed delivery and operations at Wipro and Infosys across global markets. Give a huge round of applause, everybody, together. Also with us, we welcome Ms. Rani Srinivas, Career Development Director and Trainer with 25 years of experience spanning corporate leadership and academia, formerly General Manager HR at Cafe Coffee Day and subject matter expert at Tally Solutions. She excels in designing impactful training programs, building industry networks, and bridging academia with corporate opportunities. And with us, we also have the panelist, Ms. Tresha George, a future-focused HR leader with over 2 decades of global experience across Fortune 500 companies and high-growth startups. She's held senior HR leadership roles at Dell Technologies, Genpact, Cognizant, and CSC, spanning India, APAC, and multiple international markets. Give a huge round of applause for all the panelists, everybody. And to our moderator, over to Dr. Thomas.
Hello.
Hi. So, all the FVTRS team members, all the dignitaries in the dais, and my friends in the audience. This is really a challenging time, we know. to keep you awake, like, after the post lunch. But we have three very dynamic ladies, no, three or four. Four dynamic ladies here who would definitely keep you awake. And we have professors, very experienced from Titan and from Indian Institute of Sciences, not social science, I think, no? Yeah, so we have a good team, a very eminent and experienced team of panel members here today to discuss about the future workforce. Future workforce, like for what we expect from them, like, for our economy, for sustainable economy. And then all of you know, like, the anchor has already introduced all the panel members, so I don't want to take any time on that. As you know, like, when we discuss about future workforce, we also need to discuss about or think about future demands, like, future job market also. Accordingly, according to the demands of the market, we need to plan our strategies. And that's why today, like, our youngsters need multi-skills. They need to get prepared for future workforce, like, the future demands of the whatever the employers. Accordingly, we need to prepare them. And then today, of course, I don't want to speak more, but as we have already discussed in last two panels, like, we have seen some of the emerging trends in the job market about the AI and automation and machine, all lot of things we have already discussed. Now we are going to precisely, the final session is about how we address that particular requirement of preparing future workforce. Now we will, I think we all of us have agreed that we will speak less. We won't spend more time. We have no PowerPoint presentation straight to you. They would be speaking 5-6 minutes. And then we want to give you maximum time if you can interact. Like, I won't be asking any questions to any of them. Whatever questions you have, actually, you are supposed to ask them. Now, first we will start with Tressa George. She has been in consultancy services for a long time. And then she would just give you an overview of what do we mean by future-ready workforce, first of all, and then give a sort of an overall picture about the topic, the title topic, so that we can prepare our mind accordingly, like, each of the speakers, and you can also, like, what questions you can ask and to whom you can ask and things like that. So over to Tressa for your first opening remarks.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas, and good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody is awake. It's after lunchtime. Are you awake? All right, thank you. So it's a real privilege to be here today, and I really want to thank the FVTRT team to actually put this all together, to actually put together a group where, corporates, your academia, your NGO, social sector, everybody coming together to talk about this important topic, because it really is an impactful topic, and skills of future is just the hot topic everywhere. But when this topic actually came to me, I was thinking, when I started my career, every 20, 30 years, or now it's a little faster, I mean, there is a trend that happens, a disruption happens, and in my time, about 2.5 decades ago, when I started my career, I went for a computer course. And then when I actually went into my company, it was nothing that I was prepared for. I mean, I had just learned how to put a floppy disk here and there, but I was asked to do PowerPoints, I was asked to do Excel sheets and all of that. And I somehow learned. So technology, you somehow will learn, right? And what's important is to know that things will change, and we as human beings needs to constantly keep to that, right? And evolution about of how we work and how we are is a constant thing. It started from early man, right? When they invented fire, that was probably the first form of technology, right? And maybe I won't go back to so much history, but say 50, 60 years ago when mainframe started, right? And from mainframes to say computers probably took 30 years. From there to your computers, your phones, etc., maybe took another 20 years. And then, the AI took maybe about 10 years. But what comes after AI? We don't even know what that is, whether it is neurotech, it's AGI, it is quantum computing. We don't know what that is. There's all talks, right? That might take maybe 5 years or less. So this future of work that we're talking about, that future is now, right? So it's important that each one, be it young, old, is all prepared for it, right? So what does that future mean and what is important? Definitely, we all need to know the skills that are there, right? And keep at it. But what we need to understand is that, like for me, I learned HR several years ago and I probably managed 20 years of my career like that, right? And the same thing stayed. But folks that are now, I mean, it needs to be a diverse skill. So coming to HR, you know, I have my HR skills. I need to also know technology, right? So we talk about white collar work, but now it is also your blue collar work, right? You may be actually doing a driving skill, but it is important that you have technology to drive that. So it is important to look at skill in a multifaceted way. So that's one thing, right? So technology is important, but what else is important? What are some important skills? So I would categorize that primarily into 3 categories. First is learning agility. What you learned yesterday may not even be relevant. So it's important to constantly learn and upskill. So constant learning and learning what's out there. So that's the first thing. The second element is about being digitally confident. There are so many tools out there, right? And like for example, if you want to do, write a blog, right? So maybe ChatGPT is a tool that you can use. You want to do a presentation, maybe Gamma is what you like, right? So do you have that knowledge to be digitally confident to use the right tools? So that's the second element I'm talking about. And the third element which I talk about is critical thinking. When I say critical thinking, it's about separating all the information in the world from the noise and picking up what is relevant. So to give you a little example, all of us are on WhatsApp groups. Yeah, we get a lot of WhatsApp messages. Is everything that comes there true? Right? Do we have the ability? I mean, there are so many instances where, like somebody in my family actually got a WhatsApp, was added to a WhatsApp group, and they actually got into something else, and somebody said, give me money, I'll double your money in 6 months. Boom, the money's gone, right? Similarly, you get so much of misinformation about so many, you might get information saying, this happened and everybody reacts. So in the digital world, there is going to be so much, and I'm talking of a very nascent digital now. What's going to happen in the future is going to be so much more. So as future professionals, do you have the ability to differentiate between what's real and what's not? And that's going to happen so much. In the future, it's not going to be that somebody's going to come to your house and steal something from your house. Your phones, your mobiles, and I don't know what other device is going to be in the future. All that will get impacted. So as professionals, be aware, be knowledgeable. I mean, technology is absolutely paramount, but be aware. So that is a very, very another essential element. And last thing that I want to leave you with is that and all these learnings that we're talking about is not something, I mean, we can do a lot of expensive education, and all of us maybe went to these big colleges. But now learning is so freely available, right? There is YouTube, there are so many channels, there are even free courses on, groups on elements like Coursera. Microsoft has some features. And also these new tools that are coming into the market, everything is free. So it is up to us individuals, it's about an element of free learning, right? Free and willingness to learn. So the future is actually in your hands. So it's important to see what you can pick up and what you learn, right? So 3 skills very important. First, it is important to be, your skill agility is very important, constantly learn new skills. Second, be digitally confident, be aware about the different tools that are available in the market, and critical thinking, which is essentially saying that there is so much information out there. Are you ready to pick up the right information? Right, with that, back to you.
Thank you, Tressa, for setting a tone for the discussion today, for giving an overview of the topic. Now, what is important? That 3 important points she mentioned. So, thank you, Tressa, for your opening remarks. Now we have Rani, Rani Srinivasan. She was associated with associated with the Coffee Day. All of us know coffee. Today morning also some people were speaking about that. And Coffee Day had undergone two different stages, we can say. There was a crisis stage and there is a post-crisis stage. Like she was associated with both the stages. She was there before that also and even now also. And then she would be the right person to speak about the importance of how we need to set our projects with a future-oriented vision like. And she would also be speaking about the multi-skilling, the requirement of multi-skilling, and then also, whatever which comes to related to the topic you can speak. Yes, over to Rani. Good afternoon, everyone. In continuation of what Tressa has shared, and like Mr. Thomas rightly mentioned, I would speak from the corporate or my recent past experience with CCD, which definitely plays a vital role. And we all have studied history. The reason is, yes, we get to know the importance of it, also the learnings from it. I'm sure all of you will agree with me. Before I go into the actual CCD structure and the learnings, I want to share one small example. I hope all of you are here with us. All of you. I see some of you very nicely, So let us get all of you on the active mode. I'm also proud to say that my son is a Karnataka Ranji player. And why I'm saying this is, there is a skill set which is required even for every sport. I'm sure all of you will agree with this. There are a bunch of his friends, like always talking cricket. And once in a way, I also try to, just join the conversation. And sometimes it's like, Ma, you don't know anything. Okay, why is it that I don't know? I can learn, right? So sometimes I also challenge, I learn a little basics of that, and I also get into conversations. While I was doing this, a senior friend of his who was doing his engineer, I want all of you to pay a little attention here. He was doing his engineering, and a very smart, intelligent boy with some 80-90% and all that. So these kids travel a lot because of their state matches, national matches and all that. Their time at home is quite limited. So one day his mother asked him to go get home light. What is home light? Matchbox, right? So she mentioned, Abhishek, go get home light. The boy goes almost 2 kilometers, and our kids nowadays can't walk. Immediately it's a two-wheeler, took a bike, just zoomed there, and 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, comes back, empty-handed. Ma, home light is not there. Home light is not there. What was he supposed to do? What is home light for? Just lighting, right? No home light. So this boy comes empty-handed. Mother was sharing. He is 90%. He is a cricketer, national level, state level, all this. But that basic common sense of what a matchbox is, if you do not know to apply that knowledge, what big things are we talking about, right? So it's sometimes sad to share such stories of what we encounter with our children and with the youngsters of late. Coming to the CCD episode, yes, I'm proud to say that I'm an ex-CCDian. I've been with the company for 15 good years. Yeah, we did have a sad time also. Our chairman, late Siddharth sir, was very kind person, very emotional also. He had this objective to give employment to all the people from the community where he comes from. Basically, it is Chikmagalur. He also had set up a vocational training center, and things were happening good unless we had the downfall. So post which, there will be a shift in the leadership. So once the shift happened, all the leaders are not the same. I'm sure all of you will agree, because your focus also changes. So here your focus was how to sustain. So when it came to sustainability, earlier we were employing any graduate. That was the criteria. Any graduate could be employed. But then what happened? We noticed that if you employ any graduate, once they come into the company, you have to train them. And I'm sure all of you coming from business backgrounds agree that we are quite cost conscious. And training them is also a cost element which the company has to incur. So considering this in mind, like I said, when there was a shift in the leadership, then they said, let us do this, not, work a little smarter and focused on hiring only from IHMs, which is your Institute of Hotel Management. When that strategic shift happened, we definitely saw there was a very good application because they come with the ethos of hospitality. They're able to apply those skills and do a better job. Obviously, your cost has come down, your training cost and other indirect expenses, contributing to a better position or stand in the company. So when we get these people or the students, they all come from very humble backgrounds. Many a times I keep saying this, and this is my observation with over 2.5 decades. All of us, especially the youngsters, they're all talented. What they lack is that application. They don't know where to apply, and many of the time it is off track. So that's where even for today as a career development director at IZ Business School, it's started by the alumni of IIM Trichy, Mr. Zahish. So there again, I have students from majorly South India. They all are really intelligent. One is communication, which they lack. Second one is the intelligence is so high, but they don't know where to apply. Majorly, it is going off track. So to get them back, to educate and tell them what is important is really a task. One major question over here is adaptability. That is one challenge which we see in all the youngsters today. A student has gone for internship, returns back after 2 months, and I ask him the reason, why are you back? Ma'am, the company asked me to work extra hours. What is that extra hours? 9 to 6 is my timing, but the supervisor or the manager has asked me to work till 7 o'clock. I said, that's fine, you are a youngster. There's so much to learn. What are you losing? No, ma'am, the timings is 9 to 6. Why should I work 1 hour extra? So there again, your attitude comes. So where is your learning, what it is? Then I said, that's still fine. Then he comes again and says, no, ma'am, the environment is toxic. 2 months, a student says toxic. So look at the learning. We are talking about skills. We are talking about so many things, but where is the basics? So that is something which I feel all of us have to lead the younger generation with the right perspective in the areas wherever possible and give them the right message. And the next part of it is multi-skilling. For today, all of you will agree, one skill or just your degree does not take you places. If you have to survive, if it is a question of sustainability, definitely there should be something, there should be a backup plan, there should be something for you to say, yes, I can do this. Because there are a lot of players, but who are efficient players is what matters. So with this, I would like to conclude and say, let us lead them in the right way possible. More than talking about big things and an ocean of information, the basic which has to go in the right direction is what is important. Thank you. Thank you, Rani Srinivas, for your very valuable and very motivating inputs on the need to have multi-skilling and to have focus in what we are doing and how we have to prepare our workforce for future. So thank you so much. And we have another very interesting person here. Her dream is to actually work for the financial freedom of others. So that is her mission. So she would be speaking more about what is financial freedom. These days, everybody speak about that, think about that, dream about that. But the problem is that sometimes some people use some shortcuts to reach that aim. Some people try to become very smart. They won't do hard work, but smart work. But the problem is that with all these things, there are also some challenges. Like there are scams everywhere. So there are even professors are getting sometimes scammed. It is very sad to see and hear that how people really take advantage of the dreams of the people. So she would be touching upon all those areas, how you can think about financial freedom, and tomorrow is Independence Day, how you can know that freedom with responsibility and things like that. So over to Madam. Thank you, Thomas, and it is so nice. Congratulations to FVTRS and having a 17 years. So it's very important today. I was thinking it's a good day because tomorrow being an independence. So what financial freedom or financial independence means to everybody. So I always believe we should just look at across and think about it. So I believe three things which is very, very important. All of us has felt, seen, or in a COVID time, lot of time people have wanted to go to the hospital but they didn't have a money. I have seen so many times, even our helpers or something, we don't know. So first part is how to take care of a risk. So we always feel the risk is two parts, take care of an health and the another is life. So I was just sharing with my friend, last week only one of our colleague, she's just 28, roommate came and she said 4 o'clock she was feeling very uneasy and she was coughing and she vomited. So I took to the hospital and they says that they have a block in her brain and you have to do the emergency operation which costing 16 lakhs. So how anybody can prepare, because nowadays we don't know what kind of elements we are getting. So are we prepared? So for me, independence and the freedom is a state of a mind. If I stay till 100 years or I stay till tomorrow, is it my lifestyle is the same or not? Is it I'm able to take care what I'm not able to see? That is the one part which we are taking care in the risk of the health side. So I'll start giving you only the real life experience, which is my customers, my friends and others, so you can relate it. So second thing is one of my neighbor, very well-to-do person, earning more than 1 crore, having a Mercedes car, house 9-10 crores, and everybody of us felt very good. So suddenly he was a biking person. We came to know morning 9 o'clock that he met with an accident and he's no more. So, and he's just 41 if I'm not wrong. Then we were very surprised, and as this is my always a habit, I always go to the funeral, but I always go after 10 days if I can help them because I do a lot of succession planning. So I went and I said, can I help you out? So she says, yeah, because my both the kids are studying and I'm not working, so can you just look at around? And when I was looking, I was very surprised, the person who is so well-to-do, at least what we assumed is well-to-do, having 10 crore house and having a very good car and all, he didn't have any money. He has only 20 lakhs. So I said, where exactly, how you will manage? Said, my husband has taken a loan for 4 crore. Now I don't have how to pay. How to handle it, I am not even working. So I was thinking, then I asked, is it your office have some term cover? Is it something is there where you can sell and do it? She said, no, you can give me all the solutions. And I was very surprised. Actually, I didn't have any solutions. What I can do if a person is so most of the time we think we are earning good, we are hale and healthy. I don't have any ailment, so why I should worry? And I didn't have actually being myself as a neighbor. She is just 1 lane away. I said, I think so we don't have anything else. You have to sell your house, clear your loans, because you're not even working. And then you have to take care of the kids' education. Then you have to see how to take care of it. So second pillar, which is a life cover, I always say all of us are very family oriented. We are live or not, our all families' goals has to be taken care of. So how good we are when we are there or not there to take care of our family. So that is a one pillar of a risk, is a life risk and a health risk. Second part is a contingency. We always say contingency can come as a medical or family or something. So this is the another point we always says, how much money I should keep it. So people says, no, I have enough money. So I said, okay, fair enough. I have, coincidentally, we do take care of HNIs also. So we have a customer whose net worth is 1,000 crore plus. So if somebody's net worth is 1,000 crores plus, I said, why the hell you need me? You will have many more people to do. He said, no, Rachna, I want you. I don't know how to go and ask. Can you give me 10 lakhs rupees? And it was very shocking for me, the person who is having so much money, how he is asking he doesn't have a 10 lakhs rupees. So then you realize it that he has only land and land and land. And he says, I cannot sell even small part because I have to do this and I'm not able to get it the money. I have so much of debt indirectly here, I mean the loans. So sometime we don't have money when we require, which is the contingency money. What I have noticed, people have LIC, PPF or the land. When they need the money, they don't have a liquidity. Liquidity means the money you can get it within a 1 week. So that is the second pillar. We should always keep minimum 6 months of household income. If expense, we said if you are spending, let us say 1 lakh a month, 6 lakhs you should get it at least in every year, something where you can get any time. Third and fourth pillar is very, very important, which I always say is important for our freedom, is an example of Google Maps. I'm just coming from Banagata Road. The first thing I did it at, okay, how long it takes. So I just press the destination, okay, Grandma Grath. It says 1.5 hours. So I'm sure when you all use it, your goals, you will say that, okay, this route taking 10 minutes extra, this is less, this is toll money is there. So we use normally the shortest route and we take it across. But at least in Bangalore, if it says 1.5, you can take 30 minutes extra anyway because the things keeps on. And I am sure all of you must have noticed, my taxi stopped it there because the road was blocked also. So in between how your route change, how fragile you are. So most of us for 1.5 hours, I set the goals and I'm trying to do, I have to walk or I have to take a taxi or this. But our life goals are much, much bigger. Of all of us, my dad was in army, so I'm very happy because my dad was given a disciplined part of it, so very disciplined person. But I used to tell my dad that your pension is more than our income also. But none of us is going to get a pension. How we are managing when we are not working that we are going to get that money? How inflation is going to take care of that? How the kids' education is going to take care of that? The kids nowadays, even the degree, it is coming more than 20 lakhs for 4 years. How we are managing is very, very important. So most of the time, we always say, okay, we have enough time, we will save. But 90% of the customer, when I meet them, they said, why you didn't meet me, Rachna, before I have lost my golden years of saving? Because the power of compounding income, which is like an eighth wonder of the world. So these are the things which we have to do. For this, I have been doing for last 30 years. The day I joined 94 Wipro, my dad has told only one thing, that whatever you earn, just invest 20%. And this is my 30th year. I have never missed that 20% till date. So because when we are earning that 2,000 rupees, 5,000 was so big, but now when you are 20 lakhs rupees, 5,000 is too small. So always invest in the percentage and link this to the goal. This amount is for my kids' education. This amount is for my house. This amount is for my retirement. So you will not remove it. Otherwise, you will just invest, and even the smallest you want to buy a jewelry or a vacation, you will remove it. You are not going to get there. But now that things are totally changed, of course, people have started saving. People become very savvy. As Rose Tressa said, people are having us reskilling is a very important part. Half of the other questions comes to us is, Rachna, I have done the money, now money has gone, what to do? So I want to give you few examples. Hope it doesn't happen. Be careful on scams because now fintech is as growing, your scam levels are going very high. So latest 2 days back, somebody called me because now it is ITR season for tax filing. Somebody says, you got a refund, can you click it? And most of us will feel very happy, oh, my tax refund has come. And that person clicked it and 2 lakhs rupees has gone from the bank. So very careful whenever you are trying to click something. And I'm just giving you small examples. One of my customer called up and saying that, Rachna, I have lost 3 lakhs rupees. So I said, what happened? No, the person told me that, okay, that folio number, this premium, you had it. You have not given one premium of 1 year. If you pay, you will get the full bonus of double the money. So he said, okay, and he paid it. Actually, that was not a scam. It was not the actual policy at all. And sometimes I always feel the difference between advisor and somebody is doing is only to manage your fear and greed. Actually, it's your money. You know everything better than us. But when we are managing our own money, we don't know what is a fear and a greed. So sometimes he got greedy that I'll get double the money, and he lost the money. So most of the time, please don't take the phones. Basic things, please tell others. If it is unknown numbers, don't pick the phones. Otherwise, you use the true caller. So because scam and other things will keep coming, because that's another things which has been happening too much. Last, I am sure 3 months, you must have seen a lot of time people have, of course, few bankers also got caught and all. People are saying, okay, I'll give you 20%, 30%, 40% returns. And you invest, and they have made their own mobile app. So this customer was telling Rachna, I wanted to speak with you. So I said, no, I don't want 30%, you don't worry. He spoke and he came back to me. He said, Rachna, you hit me. And I said, what happened? Why you're talking to this? He said, even you told me, no, I have given 54 lakhs. So I said, what happened? He said, when they saw the app was showing 35% returns, I asked them the money. Now they are not picking the phone. They are not allowing me anything. The things didn't stop there. He said, my wife started having lot of pressure and she got a heart attack. And she has to go to the ICU. So his point is, Rachna, I have enough money, I'll manage 54 lakhs. But how to take care of my wife, because we are alone, I cannot go to the work. Her heart and the problem is so much that she is not able to come out with this scam. So sometimes we are not realizing the gravity of a thing is not only money, it's impacting our anxiety. So just before coming, I was doing, because I keep doing this awareness program, the making money is one thing, managing money is better, but you have to know how to take care of these. The thing is very clear, the highest anxiety, highest things are coming, second level is because of financials. So how you can manage a finance with a better way is very good, but managing this scam is worse. So we went to, as usual, we went to the Cybercrime of India, Bangalore. We went to the person and saw, and they were showing us, see, all these peoples are from the non-geography of India, because that's where in Bhutan and somewhere else, they are taking a parcel. So somebody called up saying that you have given this parcel as a courier and you have to deliver, I'm in front of the address, please pass the 1200 bucks. And it is gone. So these are the few scams I am trying to say, which you can save much, much more better way and have a literacy, as they say, reskill. I can tell you, as India is growing, the capital is growing, the money is flowing quite good. So people want to make a quick money. There is nothing called quick money. So please try to understand your money growth is like your mango tree. So you have to put the seed, then water, then manure, and then after 10-15 years, it start giving you every year mango. The same way, you have to consistently invest long term, discipline wise for 10 years, and then it start giving you the money. With this, I wishing you all happy independence and start the financial independence with a small step. Thank you. Thank you. Financial independence or no financial freedom is everyone's goal and dream. But it doesn't come just like that. We need to plan, we need to have a focus, we need to have strategies. We have to be vigilant also about the risk and challenges involved. So I'm happy that Rachana Madam has given with a lot of examples on how one can achieve that financial freedom. And ultimately, that's the result of all what we have been discussing from morning onwards. Everybody have to come to a particular level like that. So thank you, ma'am. We have Professor Sridhar. Sridhar from Titan. You can use, yes. And I'm sure that a lot of you will be having a Titan watch with you. So, so he said he will speak something. He didn't tell me what it is. So let us listen from him. Thank you.
Thank you. All the last benchers, how many of you know Kannada here? I said last benchers, front benchers also raised. How many of you know Tamil and Kannada? So happy, no? Tamil, Kannada. People in Bangalore generally tend to know at least 2 to 3 languages. My previous couple of speakers spoke about 2 important subjects. You know, if we can pick it up, we can pick it up. Both Rani and Rachna spoke about 2 critical things and extremely critical things: financial inclusion, financial literacy, whatever you want to give a name to that. She spoke about a very important and critical aspect of how today's youth needs to be prepared And I would, without any shame, say that we copied a lot of what CCD used to do in Titan. When we get those youth to come into skilling and skill them, it's just not about for the future, it is for here and now today. Multiple statistics keep talking about why many people who are educated or let's say literate or engineers, and virtually every year a report comes out saying that anything between 60 to 80% are unemployable. It's not because they didn't study mathematics or fluid mechanics or it's just about they are completely away from what's needed for today's world, forget even tomorrow. And the point what she talked about is about creating that life skills. People call employability skills, people call interviewing skills. All those soft aspects today is the first step to create that, to bridge that barrier between what today, whether it is an industry or whatever, requires. And I think what CCD did many, many years back, many companies have emulated your own model, including Starbucks. So talking about skills for the future, skills for today, skills for tomorrow, we can keep talking AI, ML, Industry 4.0, digital. Many of these things will come. These conversations will not go away. These will keep coming in. But again and again, which part of the pyramid are we working in? We as corporates have seen this in the last 10 years of the formal CSR policies, CSR Act when it came in. And like typical many companies, we started with education, then the next level, what is the point? Just being educated alone, you've got to be economically empowered. And that's where you get into becoming well-skilled and get a job. And then the whole thing, you read any report on CSR the last 10 years, every year, every report, we have spent close to 2 lakh crores, Vasanthi madam, very close. Last year, 29,000 crores. Where did it go? What impact it created? How many seminars, how many conversations we talk about? We keep talking about 2 lakh crores. We covered so many people skilled and trained. But what impact it really created? 5% of that, let's put in northeastern states. The GDP will change. I think that is something, many of you are here representing NGO partners, institutes, corporates. We all have to collectively think, what do we skill people for? We started the journey in my own company looking at 40 years back, talked about transformative skills for an inclusive future. The only way we said as a Tata company and Titan, we said we have to be an inclusive organization. Our own model of self-help groups, and I will not take into too much details, what we created in a place like Hosur. Today is one of the finest models being presented, you name it, it's presented in those forums. And it's successfully running for the third generation, that means 30 years plus it's running. Because we've created that then to stand on their own legs, and they are successful, sustainable business entities for today. We may call them as SHGs for the sake of CSR and whatnot, all women. One example, Titan's philosophy has always been, like the two Tatas, create a difference wherever you go, even in the business what you do. The first example we started with watches, the second example we started with jewelry. Completely unorganized business. Even today, we are hardly about 6-7% of the market, and we are the largest in the country. We have created one of the finest examples of Karigar Center and Karigar Parks, which again is an entity, sustainable business entity. All of them are in Hosur and many parts of the country. You're welcome to come and see some of those. That's the difference. We invested in them 20 years back, 30 years back, and today the definition of a successful business, sustainable business, is how long you have stayed. What did you do for this community? Third example, 5 years old, 6 years old. Like somebody said, I hope all of you have watched. I hope most women here, or all the women here, are also fans of jewelry. If not, we have Tanera, which is a sari business, which we started, 8-9 years back. We have created exactly similar models called Weaver Shalas, like what we did. Vasanthi, maybe you may be knowing about that. There are 20 of them in the country, transformative businesses for the skills for the future. This on one side. which aligned with the business, supported the business. On the other side, when we look at the CSR front, when we evaluated, when we spoke to many people and so on and so forth, enough or more statistics keep talking about the job situation in the country, how people are unemployable. There are three parts which we took about. Part number one, we said, let's invest to start with in skilling for employment. Let's try and work with people to make sure that they get employment. They make sure get jobs. For a period of time, we did many thousands of them. It was not cost effective, it was costly. We work with partners, small partners, medium partners, large partners across the country. Then we said we should create skilling for employability. That means we should ensure that they are capable of getting a job anywhere and just not the place where we want to take them out. But the third important thing, which in my belief, I'm sure probably the last 2 days we would have sessions, is how are we going to be job creators and not job seekers? And I think that subject has to evolve a lot in terms of creating entrepreneurs. And today, if you ask me, while there are jobs and, the migration of the jobs getting into more and more white collar is one side, but believe me, and coming from a manufacturing industry and retail industry, there are enough and more blue collar jobs in the country. How are we adapting them and taking to the next level? I'll just give one example. We are working with government ITIs in Tamil Nadu, and a couple of them in Karnataka. In Tamil Nadu and Karnataka, every single ITI, most of the ITIs have invested crores of rupees through private partnership on Industry 4.0. If we have to use one word for transformative and for the future, 4.0 has half a dozen courses, which in my view, and being as a chairman of quite a few of those ITIs, is a huge gap. Current ITIs are here. 4.0 just hit them like anything with great force. And the job of industry, the job of partners, the NGO partners, the development sector partners, I don't want to use the word NGO partner, development sector partners, because you are there to invest yourselves in institutes, is to see how do you bridge this gap and make sure that they go up there. There's no dearth of this, there's no dearth of blue collar jobs. If we think it is there, we are wrong. We can create jobs, we can ensure it goes to the next level and the next level. And the significant gap, what we have been seeing, and we work with multiple partners, I'm not getting into the details of which partners, where we work, across many skills. It could be white collar jobs, it could be IT years, coding, medical coding, many things. We also have started working on hybrid type of skilling, which includes both. We have a center in Coimbatore which works on, we said, no, we have to train people on CNC machines. And just not about sitting in the classroom and understand about coding and software development. We said, let's do a hybrid training program. We are exploring, experimenting. People are lapping it up. Industry 4.0 in ITIs. The way we bring it up, you won't believe in some of the ITIs, more and more women are taking up skilling. You know in what? In welding, in electrical wiring. Do we ever think that they will even go there? But because they know that there is an investment for them in the future, not just as about working for somebody, but many of them, I work for 5-6 tribal ITIs, many of them have become successful entrepreneurs running their own individual workshops or whatever it is in these spaces. So, investment on here and now, what we need to do to bridge the gap, like what both my predecessor speakers spoke about, financial inclusion, literacies. We have created one of the beautiful models in Uttarakhand for the last 10 years after the floods happened. Self-help groups, integrated village development program, multiple interventions, the inclusion and the literacy, what we created, digital literacy, thanks to whatever happened 5-6 years back with the government. Today even a tender coconut person is digitally literate because he uses QR codes to take his money. And that's transformation. It is not going to happen overnight. We got to stay with it, we got to work together, we all have to rise together to reach where we want to reach. We can keep putting in multiple words, but which part of the pyramid are we working in? How much are we willing to invest ourselves? And where are we soiling our hands to reach where we are to reach? There are corporate examples, there are examples from the CSR and the sustainability space. Today the whole language is being now moved from CSR to ESG because the world is talking about it. But how many of us have really said that is ESG? In our own Companies Act, ESG was already existing. But we all started off by looking at people in the community naturally, because India has enough and more issues and problems to deal with. The climate change has significantly pushed us to look at the subject of ESG in a more profound manner, and certainly conversations on the subject will go on over the next at least half a decade. And therefore people are starting to talk about green jobs. What is a green job? You can keep deciding even a HR can have a green job. Yes, of course HR can have a green job. Can a solar technician, person who repairs a solar panel is a green job? It is of course a green job. It can be evolved, we can create many of these jobs. I'm not going to take more time, but I'm more keen and interesting to hear questions from you, and probably we'll try to respond to some of those. And I'm just pausing here, Chairperson. I'm just pausing here. Did I overuse my time or underuse my time? Thank you so much, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Sridhar. He is the Sustainability Officer in Titan. And you know that he has been saying that sustainability means transparency and social commitment. When we have all these things, definitely that particular company is definitely going to sustain. We have also seen Bosch in the morning, Titan now, and several like Citibank, HDFC Bank. So that social commitment is something which actually makes the company to survive also. So thank you, Sridhar sir, for giving us a very valuable insights about CSR and things like that. And we have Professor Chiru from Indian Institute of Sciences, and he is in charge of the Department of Computer Sciences, and he is the right person to speak about the importance of imparting technical skills into whatever area which we are concentrating, whichever area we are training people, but technical skill is very important, soft skills are very important, computer knowledge and computer skills are very important. So over to you, sir, for your valuable insights into this particular topic. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you and my fellow panelists. My day job is a technologist, so I create technology. And hence it tells you that I'm pretty incompetent to speak in this panel, because this panel is about impact of technology, right? So I feel a little bit challenged here, because I don't have assessments of how technology plays out in real life, but it's a good learning experience for me. So on a different note, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to share my views. So many things have been said by my fellow panelists. I agree to all of them, and this is very important. And also, the moderator kindly said that, we should leave the floor for questions. It's a very bad habit to give that microphone to a professor and he will not stop speaking. So I will just take a couple of minutes to emphasize on one point. Among the many things was discussed, things which I can contribute to is how should we train ourselves in the future? When we were in some sort of a service economy, you went to college once, a 3-year and 4-year-old education was enough for you to survive, because you were just maintaining things. There's a service economy model. As now India progresses and other nations also progress, we move into more knowledge economy. That is, your sustenance will depend on how much knowledge you have. And knowledge is ever changing. So that means now it becomes imperative that those who do not retrain ourselves will soon fall by the wayside. And therein lies a role of universities and things like that, among other things. So in that context, not that you need me to say this, you all know, this is amplifying the same point I've been mentioned in many different ways. So that would be one request for all of you in the panelists, and there is no age for this. For example, in Britain, now I think they have passed a law, I don't have the details of it, but probably other colleagues can point it out, that there's a lifelong education, there's a right, it's not a privilege anymore. So digital literacy is a must in these days and age. Many of the things, as the scams were pointed out, is actually one can attribute to maybe digital literacy is one of those things. So what I would like to say is, I'm going a little forward, let me do it through an example. Say, like this can happen to our students, I say, oh, let me send an email to professor because I didn't do my assignment. Right? I'm sure similar things, your boss says, oh, can you, give me the report. Where do you think you spend most of the time? Is basically this 80-20 rule, right? 80% of the time gets the 20% of the work. So what ChatGPT has done is solve this problem for you. Anything you have to write, the first draft can be theirs. So for example, Estonia right now is piloting a project where any government job will write a document, right? The first draft, let it be AI driven. What it does is it frees up your time to focus on the more important part. Assignment, what did I could not do, as your manager asks, project details, those are things. You are not bogged down by what sentences to put. So this also gives me, so this is one way to amplify this thing, what I was told in many circles who study seriously the impact of technology. So that those who do not do AI do not use AI are at great risk. So that I would like you to keep this view in mind, and so that means, and there is no age to it. We are in knowledge economy. So college, what I have learned is no longer useful to get a living out of our lives, no? So therein, so please enroll in all kinds of generative AI models. So I use the word generative AI. Generative AI is what ChatGPT does. And one last point, I want to say this, and maybe you let's see if it resonates with you. So many of us who of you are companies who are operating in the digital space rely on digital traffic going to your website. Now, I request you start ChatGPT and say that tell me a favorite song or a favorite movie. It will show you YouTube links. Which means ChatGPT now directly controls call to the website. You will now enter through ChatGPT. So the businesses which are built on access to the website, they will have to be thought through again, ground up. So now how do we prepare ourselves? This is a unique opportunity for us. There's challenges, but opportunity for us. And especially in this room with the colleagues here, I think it's a great future forward. But to second Professor Yellow, please enroll for courses again. You thought education was done? No, sorry. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you, Professor. Professor, with a lot of practical knowledge, not theoretical. That's why he reduced his time so much, not to. So thank you for enlightening us on this particular topic and the importance of imparting soft skills or technical skills into every arena of our area. Yeah. We have Vasanthi Madam, Vasanthi Srinivasan. She's going to make my work much easier. I think she's going to conclude all whatever we have spoken more or we have some understanding. So she's also she has launched some, what is that, SoftNet?
Yeah, I'll talk about
something like she has launched with the Karnataka government, which you should know what it is so that you can take advantage of that particular thing. She is also the chairperson of, again, digital some services, digital initiatives. So she is also an academician. She is from IIM, means Indian Institute of Management. Yeah, okay. So we have a very important person to enlighten about this topic. Thank you, ma'am.
The advantage of going last is that most of your panelists have said all the important things. So I now just thought I would step away from all of the skills that they have covered and actually pick on what Professor Chiru said, which is what is continuous learning going to look like. And for the next few minutes, I'm going to talk about my role as digital chair over the last 5 years. So IMB has a digital arm which is called the IMBX Digital Learning Foundation. We launched it last year, but till then we were a part of the IMB. We still are a part of IMB, but as a separate entity. Why is this important? Because I'm now beginning to see this future readiness. As some of you spoke about, at one level, solopreneur, entrepreneur, creative economy, knowledge economy, all of them require some ways of skilling. Then you begin to look at organizations, and he spoke about Industry 4.0 and what happens when ChatGPT disrupts through YouTube, new business models that are emerging. So there's a whole host of requirement from those kinds of sectors. Then look at manufacturing and what's happening there. And then finally, last but not the least, the government, the non-profit sectors. So it looks like there's no stop to this from a learning perspective. So I'm going to come from the other side of saying, if learning is going to be lifelong and I have to do it, what's the best way to do it? It definitely can't be classrooms and small group training. It has to be through virtual, digital learning. Okay? And what I'm going to do particularly to augment what many of you are doing is also to share what is available to us free. And as we speak, the first and the most important platform for all of us to use is Government of India's Swayam platform. As I speak to you, we are the national coordinator, and we have close to about 200 courses in management and several thousands of courses in sciences, in humanities, in every area. Again, why is this important? Because a lot of your constituencies, stakeholders you work with, could benefit from very high quality education on an ongoing basis for free. For free, unless you want to take an exam. Okay. So government is also beginning to look at how to support this initiative. The second aspect of the future, so do I know what is available on Swayam? Do I know how to actually learn digital? Because I only know how to sit in a classroom and learn. So what is that self-management that is needed? And let me just share with you a little bit of an example on what we did very recently. We looked at how do learners learn across 3 programs. A program on hospital management and a degree program, an online 3-year degree that we have launched. And when we compare how do learners learn, it is telling us a story. The more senior learners learn on a Sunday. Okay? So most of their learning starts on Saturday afternoon, peaks on Sunday. With young learners, what you find is it peaks just before the assignment. So how do we spread out assessment in a way that there is continuous learning? Second, we also figured out that young and old learners like it when there is some kind of a curiosity, fun element to the way we bring the content. So which means in all the skills programs that we are doing, how are we looking at integrating in whatever way possible, however simple it may be, because almost everybody today owns a smartphone. And to me, smartphone is the tool for learning for the future. How do we make content light on video? And what did we again discover on another program? People switch off the video. They actually listen to the audio. Some young students only download the transcript and study. Okay? So it's not as if everything has moved to video and closed down this age of reading. No, not at all. So are we in a way catering to these different kinds of learners? Now that's another one that in the work that we are doing, how can we do it more effectively? Where are we in, as we are looking at digital learning, what are we seeing? And I was just saying that we launched the day before yesterday a program on fintech. Some of you who are based out of Karnataka at this point in time, it's available for Karnataka. But this fintech program is funded by the government of Karnataka to build fintech talent for Karnataka. And as a part of that, what we are actually looking at is truly accessible, affordable, high quality, cutting edge education for all. And the only cost that students have to bear is the exam cost. But the interesting question that we are grappling with today is, how do you build life skills? How can we make sure that something like communication and presentation, which are so difficult for our students to acquire, how do we make it available through technology? And as I speak to you, we have a startup with whom we are actually working so that students can make presentations and upload, and the startup will work with others and they will give feedback to the student and mentor. I think I'm going to stop here by just saying that we don't know what is possible with technology. We don't know the limits of how it can enhance human potential. We don't understand how much it can augment lives of learners. And therefore, it's going to become important in the future to look at technology as some kind of a nice best friend with whom you can be yourself, which is both be critical, be afraid in some ways of saying how the technology will respond. I'm completely with what Rachna said. How do I be a critical user of technology? But can we avoid it? I don't think so. Can we even afford, whether you, and last, my closing comments for those of you in the non-profit sector, somehow corporate sector absorbs it, but the not-for-profit sector, by the time it trickles down, my own experience has been that that's the sector that can embrace some of these things for the kind of scale and impact work that you do. I hope in every one of your organizations there are one or two of these digitally savvy people. I don't mean they are qualified, but they have the kind of curiosity to say, why don't we do this or why don't we do that? I hope in every one of your organizations you have one or two people doing that. Okay? On that note, let me pause here. Over to you.
Thank you, Vasanthi Madam. Let's all have that curiosity to know more, to study more, to get into more challenging situations so that we will achieve that future ready workforce, no? Real. So we have 10 minutes for the audience to ask questions. You can ask to anybody. If you want to really ask to one particular person, you can ask, or you can just throw upon your question, which we will decide who will answer also. Okay, we don't have much time. So anybody can pass a microphone there. You have it there, no? Somebody? Stand up. You stand up, okay. But there is that working?
Yes.
It's working?
Yeah.
Okay. Can some of you, yes? Joseph.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I am Kalim. I am from Bosch India Foundation. So my question to Rani is, Rani Srinivas, ma'am. So my question is like, ma'am, you are having decades of experience into HR. I know you are serving to the educational institutions as well. So what do you feel, these educational institutions should have the collaboration with the employer partners to enhance students' employability? So which kind of collaboration we should have each other?
Okay, thank you, Kalim, for that question. How educational institutions should collaborate with the industry. As it is, there are your internship programs which are happening, which is a very basic and a common one, which as a system, every institute follows. Now, in addition to this, I'm sure a lot of you will be aware, there are individual student initiatives where they tie up with startups, or they have an idea, they seek for people who are ready to invest. I would like to quote one example in the current institution. This boy has developed an app where, it is very convenient, very user-friendly for a student how to choose a specialization, and he can also navigate it to identify what kind of a career he can build. So that's really interesting. So for that, what we as facilitators, I would call, we help them to bind or to bridge this gap, identifying the correct resources in the industry where people are open, because not everybody is open for these kind of initiatives. We identify them majorly through LinkedIn or through our networks, and we connect that. And secondly, even recently the students had been to Bamul, which is in Kanakpura. A lot of students or the institutions never knew that there was an ongoing program for 2 months at Bamul, where the student gets trained on certain segments like logistics or marketing or your data analytics and things like that. So once they visited this industry is where they got an awareness from that industry that this is possible, and post which they could be absorbed by them. So this is also a special initiative and I'm sure Bosch also has helped us. I must thank, I think Professor Goel is here, Dr. Goel, yeah, he's left. I had connected with him. So couple of students, I have connected with Kalim. Kalim has been very supportive. It's a mutual benefit to state here. During COVID, Kalim had given us about 60 students. We were searching for manpower because a lot of youngsters went back to their hometowns. They were, they did not know what to do. At that time, my support system was Bosch and Kalim especially. So he helped me with all this training from the CSR, those trainees, and about 60 students were placed in different cafes. So that is also a kind of collaboration, Kalim. And I'm really thankful for that. And now, I send my students to Bosch for their internship or a specific topic awareness and learning. So that is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And my name is Nimisha. I'm from a startup called Goodera. Thank you for all the panelists for the wonderful session. So my question is to Vasanti, ma'am. So you mentioned about the Swayam portal, right? So that was something really interesting and new. And my question is, are there any awareness programs or any platforms that would give information to young professionals how we can access these free educational courses?
Yeah.
Because it was something new to hear. Yeah.
Sure. So I think if you're looking for massive open online courses in general, globally, I think Class Central, www.Class Central, they have a very good way of pulling together courses that are available on the edX platform, Coursera. So even among the paid ones, at least you'll be able to get those that are freely available, and you get it in one place across disciplines. Yeah. Personally, I would recommend either using Coursera, edX. Those are your first options, which is where I go to. And if I'm looking at India right now, Swayam is a platform that's worth looking at. It takes you a little bit of time to go through, but it definitely is worth looking at. Yeah. And there are, I think, 2 courses in particular if you are an entrepreneur. At what stage, I don't know, but Do Your Venture is a course that's already available. And I can tell you that I have a course which is on people management for entrepreneurs. So yes, there are at least 2 courses that are available right now on thing. But edX and Coursera, both of them have enough courses. Yeah.
Thank you. I could, sorry for disrespecting you. Yeah, I'm Sridevi, who is working for a corporate. I could see that you all are very well versed and very well experienced people sitting on the dais and giving a lot of information to us. My question is very basic. Okay, it involves some political information, but I don't want to disrespect anyone over here. Okay, my question is we Indians, we are more focusing on the multi-skill set, as madam was speaking. But if we consider China, the China education is like one nation, one education. But why are we not making that in India so that all the kids will be skilled? And over there, if we compare, the students have been focusing on one skill itself and they are mastering. If it is a gaming, they are into the pro of gaming levels. If they are into the any of the martial arts and all, they are mastering in that one. But why are we focusing so much on this skill set? Why are we making our kids so much of AI labors, ML labors? Why is it so needed that we have to be technology upgraded? So why is this discrimination happening in India?
We can. Yeah, I think you've asked a very, very an important question, but has too many contours to it. Enough to be able to say that I will pick the one which is on history and legacy, and maybe I will let Chiru do the others if there are other perspectives, which I'm sure you have also thought about. The first, I think, is just the kind of education that we adopted, and therefore the differences across states in terms of the way education is seen. And I don't think we've done much in the 75 years in terms of with it on the concurrent list and the struggle that we have even today. The hope is that the NEP will make a difference. I think that's one part of it. The second part of it that I want to respond is there is a lot of in psychology in particular, there is a lot of discussion around whether multi or versatility. Is versatility good or is focus good? And today, right, quite honestly, we don't know. For the simple reason that both of them seem to create citizens of countries or students in campuses or wherever that bring variety into society. Yeah. So I'm not quite sure whether the China model works for the long run well, or will the India model work. I don't know at this point in time, but enough to be able to say that philosophically we don't know whether focus is better or whether versatility is better.
You have 10 minutes, no? Full thing? 1 hour? No. Very important question. And first short answer, I really don't have a good answer. But let me take a couple of points. When I said, I think it would be a mistake to say China is not upgrading. This problem is global. Example, let's take Singapore. Skill Trans, a program. Britain, a law has been passed. South Korea. Country after country has realizing this, especially countries who are at the, little bit up ahead in the technology curve. AI, no, but because see, another anecdote. I was somebody called me for one workshop like this with startup colleagues, right? So one of the startup founders was saying, see, we spent 3 months learning these VAs, and now just we learned it, then this launched Stable Diffusion. So where does it end? Now, so this is exactly that's a good sign. The technology is changing at a dramatic level. So people who do not upgrade with these things, obviously will not be fine. They may find a little bit out of place in the job market, right? So that is the point about, I think we are not being asked to upgrade because we are Indians. I think it's global, and I think all of us should take note of these. And suppose you said, without retraining ourselves, I can live a comfortable life. By all means, please do so. But ordinary people, I don't see any other choice, especially young people, right? And also, this other aspect is that whether heterogeneity is better or one nation, one education policy is better, I am not the right person to put my views on it. That requires other thoughts and all that. But having said that, I would see opportunity here. For example, India, we have so many languages. And now, if we want to deliver content in our local languages, we can create so many apps, so many jobs, you can think like this, right? So at least I do not know what is good, one nation, one policy, or the diversity which we have, but for sure it's a business opportunity. I think that has a better ring to it in these circles, right? So we can happy to chat more, but anyway, thank you.
Since it was a very important question, there is one more answer from here.
So it's nice, but I thought I'll give you the real example again of one of our friend and colleague. So sometimes what I feel is the history what we say. So this person is a very, very good singer. She has been singing with quite a lot of good singers. But she said I wanted, and she's our HR. So I said, why you wanted to do a full-time job when you are a very good singer? So she gave me the simple example, madam, singing is not giving me basic money to live. So what happens sometimes, I know a lot of sports person, they have been doing so good, but if they are not in a team, they may not be able to survive financially. So I have noticed people now started saying the difference between a profession and vocation. So you are, when you are wanted a singing or it may be playing, so I may do it in a weekend, but for my living I have to do that, and that gives a lot of difference for the people to choose a multi-site.
Thank you. We have one more question possible, I think, if FVTRS allows. Anybody? Yeah, yes.
Hello. My name is Rushal. I'm from the real estate sector. Saturn Railcon I represent. My question is very basic, and it is directed to Rani ma'am. That if as a learning and development expert, we are working on a grassroots level. We all talked about different things starting from the morning, and it is about technology and all. But majority of us who are master trainers over here from different organizations, we don't work in those environments. We actually work on grassroots level. So in grassroots level, what exactly, when we talk about this transformative skills, inclusive and sustainable future, there are a lot of trades which we are running. So how exactly we can take benefit from AI to improvise our lesson plans, improvise our training programs, so that when we go and look for those kind of people who are dropouts, who does not have any kind of support, nothing educational background or something, how this AI can go ahead and help us to go ahead and bridge that gap, so that they can also come into our fold and they can take help from us, they can grow their skills, they can go ahead and get a better livelihood basically. So what exactly we can do on that grassroots level with the help of AI? That's what my question to you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you for that question. I honestly say I'm not so well versed with AI. I'm a learner. Having said that, I also would like to reiterate here, lot of us as teachers, facilitators, trainers, we ourselves are not updated to the current trend, or we have not upskilled ourselves. So the first step what we need to do is like, let us first take that first step of re-updating, because once we are in the current trend and we have updated or upskilled ourselves is where we will be able to impart that knowledge and see like how we can get the connectivity. The second option is, like I mentioned in the earlier, the collaboration between your institution and the industry, because lot of industries and lot of CSR segments from different corporates are ready to do such services or offer such trainings. Probably you could connect and link with them. So this is the best I know. So if somebody wants to add to it.
Yeah, it's only one thing that I want to add. I mean, the belief is that people in the grassroots probably don't need to do so much technology. But I don't agree there. Like, as simple as this, right? Let's take a skill of maybe like a housemaid, right? Earlier it was okay to just know jhadu pocha. But now when you go into homes, there are automated homes. People have dishwashers, they have automated switches and all of that. And if one doesn't upskill, they actually will not have jobs. Or if you might be like a simple driver. But now if somebody needs to get a high-tech job with somebody driving a high-tech Mercedes or whatever the car is, right? All this has high-tech gadgets. So no matter what whether you are a blue collar and a grassroots worker or you're like a really high-tech person, if you're not touching that technology, at some point of time, the person will get irrelevant. So that's the only point that I wanted to add to this.
Thank you. Final closing remarks.
I think I'm responding to this more for you as a trainer, okay? Over the last 6 months, I've been trying to see what it is that GPT can do that I should not be doing, okay? And from a trainer perspective, let me share with you. I have actually got it to create content. The more the context I'm able to give. I'm going to be doing this program on fundraising for NGO which is located, whatever, like that. The more I am able to give the context of my participants, I've had GPT generate course outline, course content, timings for each session, workshop material and slide deck, all of this in about 10 minutes. Now, what is important? I'll just tell you that also, because it is capable of generating. I'm realizing that I have got to think like a machine and give it instructions. Logical, everything specified. When I do that, what it's able to generate is very close to what I would have created, and it surprises me every day. So I think my takeaway is that unless each one of us actually see how it disrupts us, I think we may not be able to actually demonstrate. And that's my big takeaway, that unless we as trainers demonstrate, others are not going to be able to learn.
So thank you all for not sleeping in the post-lunch session. I was watching, I couldn't see anybody dozing off. So the credit goes to definitely our panel members. Thank you, Trisa. Thank you, Rani and Rachana, Professor and Sridhar and Vasanthi for the very lively session. Thank you so much. Thank you all. Thank you to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give a huge round of applause for our moderator as well, Dr. Thomas, who guided the conversation so seamlessly, and to our wonderful panelists who shared their perspectives very well. Thank you very much. It calls out for a group photograph. I request all the panelists and the moderator to be on the stage as we will be felicitating each one of them. I request Mr. Jimmy to please join us on the stage to felicitate Ms. Rani Srinivas. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? It's our last panel discussion. You all can clap a little louder. Perfect. To felicitate Dr. Vasanthi Srinivasan, I request Mr. Felix to please join us on the stage. Ma'am is the guru for Felix sir. He was the student for one course in IIM Bengaluru. So give a huge round of applause. Highest gratitude to the guru. Next we have our moderator, Dr. Thomas. Give it up for him, everybody together. Up next, Professor Chiranjeev Bhattacharya. Give it up for him, everybody together. I must tell he's an expert in cutting-edge technology and innovation. We also have Mr. N.E. Sridhar, Chief Sustainability Officer at Titan Company. Give a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Tressa George, can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together, who specialized in project and change management. Miss Rachana Regal, the director at Right Horizons since 2008. Once again, thank you to all the panelists and our moderator. And don't forget to clap once again for them for sharing such wonderful perspectives. Ladies and gentlemen, as our event comes to a close, we're about to begin the valedictory session. We'll take this opportunity to hear a few words from our esteemed guests and organizers and celebrate the achievements and memories we have created. I request Mr. Marcus Pfeffer to please join us on the stage, the CEO of Kamano Advisory LLP. Give it up for him, everybody together, ladies and gentlemen. We also have Mr. Zimi Zellery is a career banker with rich experience of more than 23 years. He's the regional head for South India and Standard Chartered Bank. He's handled various segments starting from large multinational corporates, public sector undertakings and development sector clients. His area of expertise includes FCRA, trade and forex, digital banking automations. Give a huge round of applause for him, everybody together, Mr. Zimi Zellery. And also, can we have Father VM Thomas to please join us on the stage? Give a huge round of applause for Father VM Thomas. And with us, we also would like to invite Mr. Felix de Souza, the Executive Director at FVTRS. Give a huge round of applause. Mr. Nicholas to please join us on the stage from FVTRS. Dr. Rajeshwari to please join us on the stage. I request Mr. Felix de Souza, the Executive Director of FVTRS, to welcome everybody.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you very much for your energy. All day we had many sessions and experts spoke us. Once again, thank you all for your attention, and all I can see all are with a smiling face sitting this conference. Once again, good evening, friends. Okay, I welcome all of you for this valedictory program and also for our award ceremony. First of all, I welcome our well-wisher and friend Marcus for this program, sir. I welcome on behalf of all the team members of FVTRS. I request Mr. Krishna to give one bouquet. I welcome Mr. Jimmy from Standard Chartered Bank for this program. Sajish, I request you to give a bouquet. I welcome Rajeshwari Madam for this program. Silly. I welcome Father VM Thomas, President of FVTRS, and Mr. Nicholas for this program, and all. And special welcome for all the dignitaries, guests, friends, and well-wishers of FVTRS. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Felix, for the warm welcome for all our dignitaries. Now I request Mr. Zimi Zellery, Manager, Standard Chartered Bank, to speak a few words.
So good evening, everyone. You're able to hear me? Yeah. So you all had a very long day, in a hurry to go back. But yeah, I thank FVTRS to give me this chance to be in front of you all and to share my experiences, especially in catering to the development sector, which you all belong to. And you all are doing fantastic work in your respective fields. So I would like to start by quoting something from Bible. It's about true religion. What is a true religion? A religion that God our Father accepts as pure and faultless is this: to look after the orphans and widows in their distress. So essentially the needy, basically upskilling also that you're doing for many of the people who are not able to get access to greater learning. So fantastic job by you all. And with our hard work, we must help the weak. So it is more blessed to give than to receive. So immense respect and love for you all, for the good works that you all are doing. And to add on to this, there is a core activity that you're doing, basically serving the poor, needy, and the fundraising that you do. So basically the beneficiaries that you cater to, to run your organization, you require that funding. The funding could be local or it could be foreign. And for you to receive the foreign funds, you need your FCRS, right? And at the same time, you are also taking care of your finance and accounting role on the audit side. You're also handling your staff and the people. And on top of that, you have regulators who are coming pretty heavily on you, with especially on the FCRA regulations, right? So it is very important for you all to be up the curve. And at the same time, when you're handling all these responsibilities, it becomes very, very challenging, right? And it becomes very overwhelming as to, what am I doing? I have this very important work which God has given me to take care of the needy. Do I do that, or do I take care of my audit part or the regulatory part? This is such a fat book of law and rules and regulations. You sometimes get very overwhelmed as to what you should do. So basically, you need somebody who you can depend on, who you can guide, who can guide you to take care of all these hurdles which on a daily basis you are coming across, right? And MHA, at the end of the day, they are the guardians. They are the ones who are protecting the country. They are the ones who are controlling the money laundering issues. So these rules and regulations, there are two ways of dealing with it. One is like you get overwhelmed and you are like totally depending on your auditors to guide you completely, or you embrace these changes and try and understand why such rules and regulations are coming in. So we have actually taken such things on us in Standard Chartered Bank, and I would want to tell you how we are different. And I'm not going to speak about banking. I'm going to speak something about beyond banking, right? And the things that we are doing beyond banking. So first is definitely supporting you all on the FCRA compliances, which is the need of the hour. How many of you have FCRA? Oh, quite a few of you, right? So you all can actually relate to what I am saying. So we actually help in coordinating your work with MHA also, because, for example, the national head of Standard Chartered Bank, he is the nodal officer with MHA. So we have access to the senior officials in MHA. So whenever you run into problems or you need any clarification, we have inroads into MHA. The trouble areas of FCRA. So it's very important that you are up the curve and you are aware of what are the various reasons of cancellations which are happening today. So just show you some statistics. When in 2020, when MHA came up with a lot of guidelines on FCRA, there were close to 55,000 active FCRA licenses. Today the number is hardly 16,000. So can you imagine how many cancellations have happened over the last 4 or 5 years? So when I started my talk, I mentioned about the good works that you all are doing. at the end of the day, the money that you're getting, whether it is local or foreign, it is the beneficiaries that you're catering to, right? And if that tap of donation gets impacted in some manner, who is the one to be blamed? Is it MHA? No, it is us. Probably we have not done what we were expected to do, right? So when that donation doesn't come, you are not able to run your organization effectively. Salaries get impacted. More importantly, the beneficiaries, these needy ones, don't get access to those funds. So can you all imagine how important it is for you to be equipped with these things? And more importantly, these days, there's a lot of audit that is happening by the regulators, right? So very important to be up the curve. And you also are expected to open an account with State Bank of India in Delhi, Sansad Marg, right? Where all the donations is supposed to land, right, sir? So when you have a question, sir? Yeah. Yeah, so you are expected to open that account with State Bank of India. People down south, it becomes very difficult for them to coordinate with State Bank of India for things like if the remittances come, whether it has hit my account or not, why it has not hit my account, the donor has sent, it's been 15-20 days. Right? The signatory updations, it takes like weeks and you don't know who to coordinate with. You're sending mails, you don't know whether the mails are reaching to the right people or not. Internet banking is not working. So for such things, we have actually created a dedicated desk in Standard Chartered Bank. Our branch is also in Sansad Marg branch where you have State Bank of India also placed. Right? So we are able to provide that coordination, help to the institutions that are in touch with us, and we help in all these banking related matters. Even SBI has started appreciating it. Can you imagine thousands of institutions running to SBI? It's not like they have a lot of people sitting in the bank to listen to all this. So when a bank who understands the other banker goes with these queries, it is addressed pretty effectively, right? And we also have empaneled advisors with whom we work very, very closely. What we have done over the last 4-5 years, we have studied the reasons for these cancellations. 55,000 to 16,000. So can you imagine the number of cancellations which have happened? So we have studied these reasons of cancellations. We have come up with the do's and don'ts, right? Which are the things which you are supposed to do, supposed to follow, which are the things which you should completely not do, so that your license is protected. So these were some of the beyond banking matters which I actually wanted to highlight. This is something which is very, very critical for you. Unfortunately, I don't have much time, so within whatever 5-7 minutes I have, I'm running you through, I'm giving you some teasers here and there, okay, so that it becomes like a food for thought when you go back and you're able to contemplate on these things. I have only highlighted 4. There are hundreds of reasons which are there, but these are the 4 main reasons for cancellations. And the key violations which are identified by these auditors which MHA has selected to do this forensic audits. You must be reading about it, being in the NGO fraternity. One is the fixed asset purchase with FC funds not recorded properly. Okay? Inventory from income generating projects not tracked or disclosed. Income from sales and other revenue generating activities not reflected in FC books. Incomplete or misleading disclosures in annual FC4 returns. Bank statements not clear. While the above first two ones you can understand, the one where most of the NGOs are getting caught is the income from sales and other revenue streams. I was meeting one institution. I had a meeting with an institution yesterday which recently lost the FCRA license, and because of that, close to 600 crores of that institution is frozen in the bank account. Okay, MHA has also issued a letter to the local commissioner to transfer the asset which have been bought out of FC funds to MHA. So can you imagine the impact that that institution is having? They have done some really fantastic work over the last 60, 70 years, in developing that rural area. But only because of these small little silly mistakes. You see, they created an asset. What was the asset? Asset was hospital, for example. MHA says very clearly, once in FC, always in FC. Which means if you are creating an asset out of FCRA funds, any income that is generated out of it needs to go back into the FC account. Now, when they consulted their auditors, they told, sir, it's a patient who is walking into your hospital and you are treating the patient, right? And the money that they are paying is in rupee. Sir, put it in local, what is the problem? So these auditors are actually income tax experts. Okay, not every auditor is an FCRA expert. So in today's world, the knowledge is very, very precious commodity. Okay, so it's not only FCRA license that you end up losing, but it's your reputation that goes for a toss, right? If your name gets highlighted in your newspapers or publications, the local CSRs that you're receiving, that also get questioned, right? You must be doing fantastic work, but if your reputation goes for a toss, not only you are impacted, but your beneficiaries are also impacted. Okay, so these were 3-4 some of the reasons. Okay, if you have any doubt and see, everything boils down to money at the end of the day. Money gets routed through your bank accounts. What kind of bank account you should open? What kind of money you can receive? What is foreign money? What is local money? Now the CSR, for example, if you are receiving from an institution which is based in India, of course, it is not necessary that that CSR is a local fund. I'm telling something which is straight out of MHA. This must be something which is, raising a lot of questions in your head. It finally boils down to who is the one who is giving you donation by way of CSR. What is the shareholding pattern of that institution? Is it an MNC? Okay. If an MNC is shareholding of a foreign shareholder in that institution is more than 50%, it is a foreign shareholder. Okay, I'm just igniting few thoughts so that you understand and you're able to relate to, because all of you receive CSRs, right? The donor will not know where to give the money. And I'm talking about some very large institutions who had this conflict. And when we educated them, we gave them the inputs from MHA, they understood. And then they remitted those donations into FCRA. The CSR, the institution which is giving you donation, they are not going to get impacted, but you will get impacted. Your FCRA will get impacted. You have to protect it. Easy to get money, but protecting yourself is very important. I mentioned about the last point, which is about bank statements not clear. Okay. See, many of you know, if you have multiple bank accounts, when you're filing your FC4, there is a size limit of 10 MB. Okay, your statements should be within those 10 MB. When you have more number of accounts, you end up compressing it, and compressing it to that extent that MHA is not able to read it. As a result, what happens? MHA says, okay, cancellation, the renewal is on hold. So we have identified this problem and we have come up with something called virtual accounts. Okay, I'll spend a minute on this. This is very important for you. This is the traditional setup where you have your regional offices and your projects. And for every regional office or every project or every donor, you end up having one utilization account. So you have multiple bank accounts. Probably this is not only for FCRA foreign accounts, but imagine a picture of a local account also. So you have your maker, you have a verifier and authorizer who is authorizing the transaction. You end up having multiple bank accounts. You have idle balances which are lying in each and every account. You have reconciliation issues. And then when you're uploading your bank statement, it is not readable. Right? So chances of violations are also many. No. So what we have come up is this virtual account solutions. In the previous slide you saw there were 5 bank icons, which means 5 bank accounts. Now in this scenario, instead of 5 bank accounts, I am giving you 5 virtual accounts. Okay? with complete online access. Every virtual account will have a separate maker. But at the end of the day, all the debits and credits which are happening in this virtual account will happen in one bank account. What you basically want is when a donor is sending you fund, you should be able to give very clearly to the donor that this is how the funds came, this is how the funds were utilized, the idle money which is there in the account, this is the interest that was gained. This is exactly what donor wants. And when you're opening a specific account for a project, the project in charge wants to know how the project funds were utilized, so on and so forth. This is basically the requirement, right? And if through this virtual account, these requirements are met, and you have only one bank account, can you imagine the reconciliation issues going like vanishing overnight? With a click of a button, you're able to pull out the report. There was an institution who lost its license because of this reason. Number of bank accounts. They had 157 bank accounts. Huge institution, and they lost the license. Of course, their FCRA got impacted, but for their local, because it was replicated in local also, these number of accounts. We implemented this virtual account solutions. Today, they have only one bank account. Okay, can you imagine the pain going away from this accounts team and recon issues and blah, blah, so on and so forth. Right? So, and no idle balances because there's only one bank account. And coming to the banking part, because I've spoken about beyond banking stuff more, a minute more on this. So from Standard Chartered banking point of view, you have active senior level management involvement. So Bangalore, Aditya takes care of it. So Aditya is sitting somewhere here. He's here. So he's a fantastic resource taking care of Bangalore-based clients. So like that, I have people in Chennai, in Kerala, in AP Telangana, and on a pan-India basis, it's a 45-member team. Like I'm the regional head for South, there's a regional head for West also, North also, and East also. We all fold into the national head, and everybody at all level will be connected with you. So that is the support we give. So there is a proper escalation level matrix. And your account management TAT is like only 4 days we can open the account. It's completely zero balance. In fact, the money that you're keeping, you're earning 5% rate savings account. We are opening savings account. Many of the banks sometimes refuse to open savings account. So if you have your 12A or 80G, we are able to open savings account. So current account, you don't earn any interest. Whereas the money that is kept on the savings account earns you that 5% interest. That again, you can use it back for your core activities, right? And there is absolutely no charges on NEFT, RTGS. So we have purposely done this, you can call it like our philanthropy to this segment. So it's absolutely free of cost. In fact, our FD rates are low. Our FD rates are maximum 4%, but savings account intentionally we have kept it at 5% because of late we are seeing MHA coming up with an observation that the institution has a lot of deposits and they are not utilizing the deposits for the main activity. Right? So instead of keeping money in deposits, if the money which is lying in savings account is able to fetch you that better interest, why not? So as a bank, we have taken that conscious call. We are a AAA rated bank, very well rated. So that is why our deposit rates are low, but savings accounts is very well at 5%. Also, we can do provide you online banking access. The authorizers can authorize over mobile phone. We can also do a complete ERP integration. What is ERP integration? Where you input your payments in ERP. Once the payment is inputted seamlessly, it can flow into my online banking portal. And once it is uploaded in online banking seamlessly without any manual intervention, the payment goes as per the board resolution to the respective authorizers and the payment is executed. And a reverse file comes to your ERP for auto recon with the UTR numbers. So fantastic solutions. So these are some of the main clients who are banking with us, which I wanted to highlight. Missionaries of Charity, Hans Foundation, World Vision, United Way, CMC Velo. And we work very closely with these industry best experts, likes of Dr. Sanjay Patra, Sanjay Agarwal. And we end up sharing best practices. While these people are experts in FCRA, we, after having these inroads into MHA, we have access to the ready informations. Like this notice which I mentioned, where the notice went to the district commissioner to confiscate the property. This is latest. This is just 1 week back, issued by MHA. Most of the auditors or the world doesn't have access to such information. So it is very important that you're partnering with somebody who understands not only banking but beyond banking matters also, and becomes like a well-wisher for you. And you can reach out to us at any given point of time. So thank you. This is what I wanted to share with you all. I hope it was useful. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Zimi Zalari, for your thoughts and ideas. Give a huge round of applause, everybody together. I now request Mr. Marcus Pfeffer, CEO of Kamano Advisory LLP, to speak a few words on 17th National Skill Conference. Give a huge round of applause as we welcome him on the stage.
Thank you very much. I haven't really prepared a big speech here, so, and I guess everybody will be also happy about that, because we are getting ready for a long weekend, so I want to make this short. First of all, I would like to thank FVTRS for having me here, and I thank you for organizing this event, and also thanks everybody of you for doing the good work you do throughout the year. Me being from Germany, vocational training or skilling is a little bit ingrained in our DNA, and that's why I really know how important it is. And also being in working with industries, working with factories so many years, I know also that the biggest problem for many companies is to get good and skilled people. I think where we need to maybe work harder on that is bridging these kind of things. I'm very happy to see so many nice logos from industry here already to support that. But I think here is something which we all can do better. Because often when we talk to foreign companies who're setting up shop here, they say, yeah, it's okay here and it's good business, but the quality is not as good as we get it in other countries, and it's because of we have not that much skilled people on the shop floor and things like that. And my answer normally to that is, there's no reason why you shouldn't get good people, you just have to train them. And if you don't want to do it yourself, find a training institute who can do it for you, because there's so many out there. And as I said, this is something where we, I think, can all work a little bit to make this more transparent and to make more initiatives. And I think conferences like this can help, and other initiatives to do that. Because the country is full of talent. We just need to explore it and utilize it. And that's why I'm very happy that we have these organizations. I'm very happy that I be here today, and I hope you had a good conference today. And with that, I would like to thank you all. Wish you a good endeavor for the years to come, and I'll be very happy to be associated with your organization, and wish you all the very best. And of course, a happy Independence Day tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause once again for Mr. Marcus Pfeffer, everybody. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we now move to a very special and inspiring segment of today's program, the awards ceremony and testimonial of success. We're honored to have our chief guest again. I request Mr. Marcus Pfeffer and Mr. Zimi Zalari to please give away the awards. The trainee, the award of excellence goes to Dashrath Renuka Govindagol. Give a huge round of applause, everybody together. We have to tell about him from a Devadasi family. So Tumma Kashta Pattu in Karnataka, raised by his single mother, and he had to leave school in 7th grade due to financial hardship. He started to work as daily labor to support the family. Later, through a friend, he enrolled in the free driving course of FVTRS. Upon completion, he secured a driver's job at Wilcart Solutions Private Limited, earning 35,000 to 38,000 per month. Give a huge round of applause as we celebrate his success today. Now he supports his family and his mother's medical expenses and has earned respect and recognition in his community. With that, moving to the next award of excellence goes to Mr. Vikas Kumar. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Vikas Kumar from Koppal in Karnataka grew up in an economically disadvantaged family where his father, a farm laborer, earned only 3,000 per month. Vikas had to forego higher studies and take up small helper jobs to support his family, but a lack of skills limited his success. His life changed when he discovered FVTRS. Can we give a huge round of applause for him and for FVTRS for the greatest support? And the next award goes to Miss Rajeshwari. Can we have Rajeshwari on the stage, please? Miss Rajeshwari from Alantanur, Tamil Nadu, overcame early hardships by attending skill training in beautician course and starting a beauty parlor called Rachi Boutique and Academy, now earning 40,000 to 50,000 per month. Not only has she built her own house and educated her children, but she also provides employment to 2 other women and trains aspiring beauticians as an FVTRS trainer. That's a phenomenal thing. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? With that, we also celebrate our collaborators, our valuable collaborators, whose continuous support and commitment have been instrumental in our success. Let's invite Senior Shalini on the stage. Please give a huge round of applause, everybody together. St. Joseph Community College, Bhubaneswar, Odisha.
HSN कोड, सीरियल नंबर और वारंटी डिटेल्स हर बिल में ऑटोमेटिकली ऐड हो जाती है. माई बिल बुक है मेरा बिजनेस को मैनेज कर.
Our next valuable collaborator is Mr. Ashok Kumar Singh, Mega International, Patna, Bihar. Everybody give a huge round of applause. Thank you for being a valuable collaborator with us. Next comes Senior Therese Mary, Jeevan Jyoti Community Center, Sitapur, Uttar Pradesh. Jorada Chapare Mukandra, let's congratulate and thank you once again for being our valuable collaborator. Next, Bro Savari Raj, Brothers Association for Solidarity and Empowerment Society, Nalanda, Bihar. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Senior Kanti Lakra, Chhattisgarh. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody together? Up next is Mr. Vivek Singh. Can we give a huge round of applause? Thank you once again for being our valuable collaborator. We can't hear you all. Come on, everybody. Give a huge round of applause. Well, congratulations to all our awardees and heartfelt thanks to all our collaborators. Your efforts inspire us all to strive excellence and create lasting impact. So for all the awardees and for our valuable collaborators, can you all clap together once again? Give a huge round of applause. I request now Father V.M. Thomas to please conclude the speech.
Our esteemed dignitaries and dear friends, Thomas Edison, whom you all know, the great scientist, never liked these kind of formal meetings and programs. And so once he was invited as to be the chief guest, and he was found behind the hall walking up and down, the great scientist of many inventions. So the host was feeling very embarrassed because he was alone. So the host went up to him and asked him, "Sir, what are you now working on?" And Edison politely said, "My exit." I know many of you are working on your exit. And I too, I'm sure you're wanting my exit as well, because I already spoken quite a number of times. Today, for the first time, I felt we are at the convocation of a national skill university. You know, the feeling of so many people coming over here, so many speakers, brilliant speakers. I can't even imagine how the FVTRS team, headed by the executive director, Jimmy, and all the organizers, could bring so many great speakers today. In fact, Dr. Jonas Richard, the professor said, not even in our academic institutions we are able to bring so many people together. So I think you should put your hands first together for the FVTRS organizers and team for this great show. I am personally overwhelmed, I would say, and that's what I just wrote as I was asked to say a few words at the end of this conference. We have shared ideas, dreams, challenges, and breakthroughs, all united with one mission: empowering lives through skills. Empowering lives through skills. The skills, as we have learned today, are the leaders of dignity and self-worth, and not merely a tool for employment. And that's what has been emphasized right through the conference. And very quickly, just remember perhaps, I would say 10 C's for success as skill providers. I just told you just the words, and these were highlighted all through the day. Competence, skill, competence, critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, communication, confidence, curiosity, character, and all this will help our trainees to make their choices. And that's what we want. They are able to make choices and live life fully if they possess, I would say, these 10 C's. And another important, significant point that was running through today is collaboration multiplies impact. And that's what we saw today. That's what FVTRS team has done. They have brought together NGOs, government, industry, educators. And it has taught us we must walk hand in hand. Together, we can achieve more. Team. Together, TEAM. Together, each one achieves more. And together, each one achieves the mission. And that's what we have learned. We can't remain in isolation, do things efficiently by ourselves. We need to, as I mentioned yesterday, I think, move from working to networking. And that's what FVTRS has shown today, network. And finally, I would say, keep the fire burning. The conference definitely has ignited the fire in you. Let the conference not end today, but let it begin. And let's dream together, work together, and improve the lives, especially of the poor and the marginalized young people of India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father V.M. Thomas, for concluding the session so marvelously. Can we give a huge round of applause, everybody, together? Let's all dream together and let's keep the fire burning. And to conclude this wonderful event again, may I now invite Mr. Nicholas to deliver the vote of thanks on behalf of FVTRS. I thank all our guests, speakers, panelists, and participants for making the 17th National Skill Conference a huge success. Over to you, Mr. Nicholas.
Respected dignitaries on the days and friends, FVTRS has been organizing National Skill Conference from 2007, and so far we have organized 17 National Skill Conferences, and these 17 National Skill Conferences has given lot of insights. It has built knowledge, visibility for the program, the need of skilling the youth, and also it also created networking, partnership with the various stakeholders, and new direction to the organization as well as to all our stakeholders. And as we coming to end this 17th National Skill Conference, I would like to tell that this National Skill Conference is one of the best among the National Skill Conference which we had, because I have attended I have been there traveling as a staff, team member, all the 17 skill conference I have attended. In terms of participation from diverse stakeholders in this National Skill Conference, as well as the subject which we covered, the topic which covered, which is very relevant. So this is one of the best National Conferences which we had. So I would like to thank each and every one of you for making this National Skill Conference as the best one. First of all, I thank our chief guest of this evening, Mr. Marcus Pfeffer, for accepting our invitation and being here. And you spoke, especially you have taken your experience in Germany working with different companies, and also you spoke about networking with the industry while skilling the youth, that is required always. So thank you, sir, for coming here and attending this program. Let us give a big applause to him. I would like to also thank Mr. Simi Salari. He has actually taken to us really not only the banking, beyond banking, where he has told being what we need to practice as when we are serving to the poor. There is a lot of documentation is required. There is compliances is required to be relevant to support the youth. Otherwise, your FCRI may get maybe, because last number of years we have seen many FCRS cancelled. So, sir, thank you for giving such a good information within 5 minutes presentation. And I think many will contact you in the later to have more information. So let us give good round of applause to you. I would like to thank Father V.M. Thomas, the president of FVTRS. Father is very enthusiastic, very supporting, guiding, and also he is give right direction to the organization. And I have seen from the beginning till today. Only last year, Father was not in India. Otherwise, Father has attended all the National Skill Conference, and I have not seen he is missing even a session. And that is really I have said. And Father is available offline, online, always. So, Father, thank you for all the support. I would like to also thank all the award winners of today. Because of your commitment, hard work, determination, you won the awards, and please still continue to do. So let us also give them a big applause for them once again. I would also thank our board members because we have a dynamic, vibrant board. And some of the board members were Dr. Rajeshri is here present, Anand sir was here, Bishop was here, and so for all of them, so giving right direction to the organization, we thank them. I would also like to thank all the speakers and the moderators of the day. Their thought, the sharing of their thought and deliberations really made the workshop really good. As Father was telling, to this time the speakers was extremely good. So thank you everyone for your participation here. I would like to also thank our collaborators, especially Mizio, Tata Power Solar Limited, PWDC, ST Foundation, Coast Alliance, and also especially Bosch India Foundation, and Bosch India Foundation Senior Manager Mr. Kalim and State Manager Mr. Farooq is already here. So I really thank them because of our collaborators, we could reach more youth, more people, and also we could give them a quality life. So let us thank our collaborators. Let us give them an applause. I would like to thank Mr. Felix is on the stage. He is the charismatic leader who leads us with all freedom. He gives all the responsibilities, decentralized, and he is always available. Any staff, anytime, even 24 hours is available. So Felix, thank you for all your support. I would like to thank our associating partners, SPIN members. You know that 2020, September 28, as Sir was telling, the FCRA new amendment came. Till that day onwards, we are not able to support it financially. But there are partners who have been traveling with us more than 15 years, and we are still continue to travel with us. Now you see, in this NSC, there are more than 40 partners who have been supporting, and they have come. Almost 80% of the partners, they have come here. So they have actually taken it as a mission, and they are traveling and sharing the mission of FVTRS. And I have seen all these organizations, one of the main activities is skilling the youth. So thank you, our SPIN members, for coming here, and to come reach here 3-4 days you are traveling, that much of difficulty you have taken. So thank you from the heart. You are saying. I would also thank, this time we have seen local NGOs, institution, lot of participations were there, and many of you are here because I cannot say the names of each organization because the number is, I think, more than 30-40 local NGOs participated this conference. So thank you everyone for participating in this. I would like to thank all the staff members of FVTRS. We have around 40 staff in the field, another 14 staff in the office, and we are training over in a year around 7,000 youth and making, as you have seen all the presentations, everything, over 83% of the youth are getting employed. It's a hard work, determination, and the heart and mind that is fully dedicated for that. It's a work of there. And they are the backbone of FVTRS, especially the field staff, those who are working in the field. We know the difficulty of mobilization, placement, all that. So thank you. One big applause we will give them. I would like to thank, we have a good anchor with good sound, and she has been facilitating all the sessions. Suma has done wonderful work. So let us give a big applause to her. there are also our old colleagues, friends, many friends has come. Thank you for coming here, and your presence made enrich this program. Thank you all the friends those who have come here. I would like to also thank, you have seen there are 2 video affairs are there. So this is online, it is online, and there are, I have checked, there are around 200 recently, just now I checked, around 200 viewers are there. So all the online viewers, thank you for viewing our program. I would like to also thank those who arranged the stage, sound, videography, all that, plus the hotel staff members. They made with their hospitality we could able to make this program well. So big applause to them. I know my speech is going long, but I really want to thank one more person to mention. That is Mr. Jimmy Matthew. You know it. He is the convener for this skill conference, and Jimmy, Felix, and along with Naveen sir is there. Naveen sir also helped us a lot to find out these good speakers. So special congratulations for you. If I have missed anybody's name, please don't mind it. But once again, I am thanking each and everyone making this skill conference as a wonderful one. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Mr. Nicholas, for the detailed mention of entire team of the 17th National Skill Conference. Give a huge round of applause, everybody together. And thank you once again for being a part of 17th National Skill Conference by FVTRS. Right now, it's time to felicitate Mr. Marcus Pfeffer. I request Mr. Felix de Souza to please felicitate with memento, a token of appreciation from our side, to Mr. Marcus Pfeffer, the CEO, Kamano Advisory LLP. Thank you so much for being here on the 17th National Skill Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause, everybody together. With us, we also have Mr. Zimmy Zellery, the manager, Standard Chartered Bank, with us on the 17th National Skill Conference of FVTRS. Give a huge round of applause once again. Thank you to all our dignitaries on the stage. Now it calls out for a group photograph. You all can come one step forward. And very, very important to everybody here, you have the feedback that needs to be submitted. The QR code is right there. If you haven't scanned the QR code right now, you have to scan it right away, because we have to get the feedback from you, because feedbacks are very important for us to get better every year. So make sure you scan the QR code and submit the feedback form before you leave this particular hall. So make sure you submit the feedback form. Also, we've arranged dinner. Can we know how many of you are here for dinner? Can we have a quick count? I request everybody. Okay. Okay, hold on. As we didn't have the national anthem at the beginning, let's rise for national anthem now. I request everybody to stand up.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे, तव शुभ आशीष मांगे, गाहे तव जय गाथा। जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे, जय 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 हे।
Bolo Bharat Mata ki. Once again, Bolo Bharat Mata ki. Fantastic. Thank you to all our chief guests again, the speakers, the panelists, and the moderators. Okay, a quick thing that we want to know is how many of you are here for dinner? Quickly raise your hand, Gaurav, or somebody from the team. Can you all make a count? And others, we want you to settle down and make sure you submit the feedback form. Please do not leave the hall before submitting the feedback form.
I request first FVTRS team, please come for a group photo. Bangalore team, please come first. Then friends, one big group photo we can take. First few people come here. First, Jimmy, Joseph, Silly, where are you? Oh, come. Joseph, Yema.
Well, now that the entire team of FVTRS who made the 17th National Skill Conference possible, can you all clap a little louder one last time? Come on, can we all clap a little louder? Give a huge round of applause. Well, I see a very few scanning the QR code. Make sure you scan the QR code. Submit the feedback form before you leave this particular hall. I request everybody to join, everybody in the hall. hip! Come on, everybody, together as we make this event successful. Hip hip!